yes, media was my initial one, serendipitously. It's not like if somebody told me that I'm going to be an entrepreneur and I picked media as a career path. I just used to do as a hobby theater. I used to do front of camera hosting on, at that time, the only state-run Doordarshan channel. And serendipitously, that became something that I built as a career over 20 years. Today, when I look at the same thing and rebooting myself in education, and I'm not an investor in Umbrella, it's pretty much what I did when I co-founded UTV as a media company. That same DNA comes in. You've got to roll back up your sleeves. And if you think any sense of entitlement that what was there, oh, I've already been there, done that, so why do I have to do all this again? That's going to be a bit of a letdown, because it is about rejigging, rebooting, restarting, relearning in many, many ways. And the third one, which for me is also a very special place in my heart, is our Swadesh Foundation, where I think it's matured me a lot, because when you look at things in a non-for-profit environment like we do with Swadesh Foundation, it kind of gives you a very holistic picture of how businesses could be built and need to be built.
It's interesting. You said two things here, Ronnie. You said that you don't look at things in an opportunistic way, as you may have in an earlier time, and you consider yourself an entrepreneur, not an investor, which brings me to the question of whether in today's avatar of Ronnie Screwvala, would you still have sold UTV and walked away, or do you sometimes regret that decision?
No, I don't regret that decision, and I would have done that because, firstly, I don't think any of us have choices in life that if you can look at this 10 years later and redecide, I don't think life gives you that luxury. But even if it does, I would say no, because my thought process and decision-making to do what I did in 2012 doesn't change. And even if it looks better or worse in 2022, at that time in 2012, it was the right thing to do.
In each thing that you've done over the years, whether it's movies or whether it's UTV or with Upgrad today, you know, the one thing which leaps out is that you've got a risk-taker's mindset. Would you say that's a fair assessment, that at heart you're a risk-taker and you don't mind accepting failure if the risk does not pay off? Because it's something which a lot of Indian entrepreneurs are quite shy of. I mean, Indians are not really risk-prone people generally.
Yeah, you know, the word risk, it just sounds very maverick and it just sounds a little bit more brash. So I'd like to put that into context. I think you did put that into context by using the other word, which is failure. So if the question is, am I a risk taker because I'm not scared of failure? Yes, I think I'm a risk taker. Over a period of time, I think your gut improves and your ability to size up what risks you're taking are important. Risks are about batting outside the wicket. Risks are about taking that last plunge and working hard to make it happen. Risk is not when you every time bet your enterprise, bet your family, bet your company, bet this. So just to be clear, risk is not binary. Risk is to be viewed in a very different manner. It's a decision-making process that's more at risk than the financial risk. That's the outcome of it.
Do you see greater risk appetite among the new generation today, Ronnie? Because, you know, we've got a rash of unicorns which have been created over the last couple of years. And the kind of young entrepreneurs who are leading this, would you say that their mindset is quite different from the kind of entrepreneurs who are your peers who started the game maybe 30 years ago?
You know, that's a very good question. And I'd like to say it in two ways. First, I think, no, I took a lot more risks when I didn't have any resources, didn't have a bank to give me a loan or private equity or angel capital to come our way. That was a different kind of a risk-taking because it's all in. You're all in, you don't have a choice, and then you stay all in. And that actually is very strong. Now, cut to today, you're only reflecting risk with people who have got well-funded, so to speak, or funded. But there's a lot of people who are actually all in. So to me, I break this up into the people who are all in are taking more risks than the people who just feel, oh, I got the money, I raised my money, so I can take more chances and risks. That's how I'd like to differentiate it, because that's when we really set the signal. I think that the message today for entrepreneurs is not about the 20 people who raised a certain amount of money. and that's a different story. But it's just how all in are you, you know? And there I would say 30 years back, I was all in. What I'm doing today, I'm all in. Does everyone who's raised money from outside look at this? I think it's a mixed bag there, because it's about, okay, firstly, it's like, if I hadn't raised the money, I may not have even gotten into that business, which means you're not all in. The second one is, the conversation is about the next fundraise. And therefore, I question that ability, because of course that means you're into your business and you want to grow, but you're almost betting yourself on a binary outcome. And fundraising gives you this context that you think you can take higher risks, but if the outcomes are always binary, that if I don't raise the next round of funding, I'm shutting down, then I think you're a less risk taker and a foolish risk taker than many others who require a lot more credit for the risk they take.
So which of the two categories that you just outlined do you think the current crop of digital billionaires belong to? Do you question their ability to have sustainable business models in the absence of private equity capital? Do you think many of them are destined for failure?
If I had a gathering on a round table of the 30 or 40 alleged or nomenclature word of digital billionaires, I will say let's talk in 3 years, because the ground will shift, the ground will change substantially. Just because you raised money at a certain valuation does not necessarily mean that's sustainable. I think at least 60 to 70% of the people who've done that are going to have a big challenge as they go forward over the next 3 years to establish and justify those values. Don't forget, as a founder, you give almost what we call lick pref, right? A liquidation preference, which means that every stage when you pumped up the value, and pumped I'm using as a loose word, but pumped up the value, if you can't justify that at the end game, you could land up being from even a 20% investor to being a 2% shareholder in your company. So I think that that ground is going to move a lot. So I would not shake hands and hug the today's digital billionaires, so to speak, and say you're going to be around for the next 3 to 4 years or 5 years. I'd rather take that call 5 years from now.
You know, it's interesting to say this, Ronnie, because
I know it sounds cryptic, but that's what I feel.
No, it's not cryptic at all. I'm completely in sync with what you're saying. In fact, I was just going to tell you that I heard a similar strain from, coincidentally, an ed tech player, Baiju Ravindran, a few months ago on this very show. He said there are companies in the digital space who don't have cash flows but are building great valuations. And there are companies in the edtech space who have cash flows and profits to show off today, not 5 years out. Would you say that that is the kind of model which appeals to you in the upgrade investment that you've made, that the cash flows don't come 5 years later after you've burnt hundreds of crores? They are available even today.
So if it's specifically about education in the edtech sector around the world, I would like to say very clearly, it doesn't need that kind of money. This is not one of those sectors where the more money you have, the more you can burn and do whatever else. Yes, sometimes it goes into consolidation. Most times in education, marketing necessarily doesn't work. So the model has to be right from day one. The people who say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, and then 5 years later, I'm going to figure out profitability, it's a very tough place to be, almost an impossible place to be. And half, I would blame the entrepreneurs. But more than that, the half I blame the investors, because the chant when you're putting in that money is, okay, so what will it take to do this? What will it take to do that? It's not a game show. What will it take to that? There are no theoretical questions and answers, but it almost becomes like that. Okay, instead of $100 million, if I give $200 million, what will it take to do that? And then similarly, just 9 months later, magically, those same people will say, okay, where's the profitability? So I think founders have to be rock sturdy that if they're only going to be lured into the valuation of the fundraising game without actually getting to what is the business I'm going to do, everyone else will be seen as fair weather friends getting on and off the boat. And I think when you look at failure there, most people think, oh, so what is a failure? You raised money and you got $1 billion valuation. Are you likely to fail? Failure has got multiple. The business may still continue. Could you be devalued? Yes. Is valuation going to be a failure if it's a lower part? Is the business model a failure? Is running out of money the failure? So you have to be very, very clear, because you've upped the ante, you've upped the stakes. Now it's your responsibility, whether you're 30, 40 or 50 years age to deal with that onerous part that comes with raising that kind of capital.
Given what you just said about EdTech, what do you think has the greater potential in this country, EdTech or FinTech? Because these two seem to be very broad categories where a lot of new enterprises are mushrooming. Some will survive, some will not. But broadly as themes, which do you think has greater potential?
See, I think it again depends on the benchmark. Both as total addressable markets are massive. I mean, a country like India, where we need to upskill so many people, where everyone who comes into the workforce is not ready for the workforce, where almost only 60% of the people don't even finish their undergraduation, but now need to, where a lot of people need to move from the arbitrage economy to what I would call the fourth industrial revolution or the IP economy, and learn to earn more. There's massive scope. The fintech is for a growing nation like this, we're going to transact digitally. So if you're crazy about the context of GMV and value and transaction value, then fintech will have its own. When it's really high impact and how a nation can actually become the second largest economy in the world, I think EdTech is going to play a much more role. And the last thing I would say is the wallet share, the mind share for spending of the consumer for education versus looking at fintech as an enabler. Here, it is going to be a much more, you'll pay for it, and you will pay for it because it's going to change your career and it's going to give you an ROI. In the fintech, you will use that more as a platform or as a transactional mode, which makes it more efficient. And therefore, finding that profitability in that sliver of a margin will have its own challenges.
We need to take a quick break at this point, but we shall return with Ronnie Screwvala in just a minute.
The Ukraine-Russia crisis is ongoing after a month. Russia confirmed that it had fired a new hypersonic missile during bombing raids in the city of Mariupol. But what are hypersonic weapons? How do they attack the target? Considered the next generation of weapons, these missiles are characterized by their ability to travel at speeds of more than Mach 5, or 5 times the speed of sound. There are two types, the hypersonic cruise missile and the hypersonic glider. The latter is carried by a ballistic missile. The glider separates from its missile to reach the upper atmosphere above 50 kilometers. Then it hovers at hypersonic speed towards its target along an unpredictable trajectory. Anti-missile or anti-aircraft defense systems. Without propulsion, it gradually decelerates and can perform evasive actions such as zigzags to reach its target by thwarting opponent interception systems. The cruise missile, meanwhile, has its own propulsion in the form of a ramjet with supersonic combustion. Once in flight, the missile moves at high speed before diving onto its target. This missile flies at a lower altitude than the glider at around 20 to 30 kilometers and can maneuver in full flight, which is its advantage.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. You've been watching the Business Today show. I've been in conversation with Ronnie Screwvala. You made the distinction earlier in the show about being an entrepreneur versus an investor. How would you qualify your investment or engagement in Lenskart? Would you say that you're an entrepreneur looking at Lenskart, or you spotted a big market opportunity which you invested in with an entrepreneur of your choice?
Lenskart is purely an investment from where I sit. It's really backing an entrepreneur. So to me, the DNA is if I'm a co-founder and if I'm a co-founder, then I'm deeply involved with the company. I'm deeply curious and engaged with the founder of Lenskart. But there it would be, I may have 5 points of view and it's up to him to take one or none of the ideas. When I'm looking at the company as an executive chairman, I don't have the choice that says, I have 5 ideas, let's see if my team likes some of them. So it's a different sense of driving, and Lenskart is an investment.
Tell us about the movies bit. We've spoken about a bit about EdTech and Lenskart and even UTV. But, RSVP, you keep saying it's a hobby of yours, but I can't help thinking that a very large part of your creative heart lies in that venture. Is there any financial motive at all in that, or does it exist only to satisfy some creative urges in you?
So now it definitely is only and solely as a hobby and a passion. It does not have any financial. I don't want to go out there and raise any money on it. And that's because personally, I feel doing repeat acts in life are very tricky and difficult. And I wouldn't want to do that. Second, I think having done that in media, and when you look at it as a business, almost 80% of what you decide is something that you have to do and 20% you want to do. The difference today in my being able to pick and tell the stories I want to tell is if I don't have a P&L accountability or having raised anyone's funding, everything that I greenlight is something that I want to do, not have to do. And that's quite liberating. Then it becomes a hobby. Then it becomes a very different sense of how you do that. So I want to treasure that moment of being able to want to do everything and not necessarily have to do it. And that's my clean-cut differentiator when it comes to storytelling. In terms of my creative buzz, yeah, I think it's unfinished business. I think at heart, I really enjoy that element of storytelling.
Just coming back to EdTech for a minute, while the sector has done incredibly well, there is also some chatter in the ecosystem about how some things are not going very well. Like, you hear about lots of complaints. Some people say online education is not quite delivering what it started out meaning to deliver. There's some talk about organizations folding up, etc. Do you think the ecosystem is really healthy, or maybe there are things which could change for the better?
When you're market making and creating something out of nothing, there'll always be some side reactions, I would say, and under no circumstances am I justifying them. Education is something where nobody has looked at to have a market. It's always been you have a brand and then you go to that. As a college has been there, or a university for 50 years. But for most people, education has been an event. It's scheduled. It's school and then it's college. Now, so there's two different parts. One, in the K-12 sector, it's very difficult to measure outcomes. It's soft. It's parents, their FOMO, their ability to say, am I giving my kids the best? So between the time you invest in something, and there may or may not be an outcome because it's difficult you may think the marketing approach is very different. When it comes to higher education, outcomes can be defined very sharply. Because if you put in to learn something, it needs to augment your career. You need to get a promotion, you need to get a shift of a job, you need to do that. Otherwise, so I think those fundamentals have been established. Second, overall education in universities has always been a very selective medium. Online is a much more eliminated medium. If there are 10,000 people who apply for a college, they'll select 200. In online, if 10,000 people apply, 9,000 will be given the opportunity and 1,000 will be told differently. So the expectations at scale are something that people will need to align themselves to. I would not make that into a panic mode, but sure, if somebody is being aggressively marketing and overselling something, that doesn't do the industry well at all, because the first thing you need to do is be conservative in your approach. Now, if there are 100 startups in any sector and 2 fold up, I think that is something that would be much more founder-driven or company-driven or model-driven than labeling a sector. Because I think in almost any and every sector, there'll always be some people that have started up something and it didn't work out, mostly because the model wasn't right in the first place or they ran out of funding.
A lot of young entrepreneurs find it quite difficult to deal with their first failures, Ronnie. Take us through your journey. I mean, which instances of where you might have started something and it didn't quite work out that way, and how important is it in the life of an entrepreneur to be able to accept and to deal with failure?
I think when we ask ourselves how important it is, almost like it sounds like we have a choice. I mean, there's no question about the fact that you're going to fail multiple times. Do I have recollections that are cathartic in the way when one failed, one felt this was the end of the world? Yeah, I think there would be. And with every failure, you've kind of digest that a little bit more. But I think that's where a little bit of the earlier point that I make is how all in are you? The problem of failure today is twofold. One is everyone is so fearful of the failure that 9 out of 10 times they're not even walking past the gate. The second one is, when you're so fearful of failure and you let that comatose you, then it really is the first time it's going to be a failure. So I think while people are very, very scared about saying, I might fail, there's a lot of pressure that goes with there also, right? There's a performance pressure. Your parents have told you, why don't you go get a job? And now you've stepped out in your career, or there's a different crossroad. It's not just always about raising funding. There's an incredible amount of media and social and perception pressure that, did you raise the right kind of funding? Because somebody else is doing that. So this constant pressure of performance in itself puts so much at stress in terms of failure, because otherwise your failures will be there. You did something wrong. But today the high profileness is what I think people are more concerned about than the actual part. It's no longer something that you can keep within and look at that. If I started something in a manufacturing operation, didn't work, it wouldn't be breaking news anywhere else. Today, people raise money, they get a headline, then they fold up, then they get a headline, and therefore it's a very, very public failure. And I think that's more spooky for a lot of people, but they don't have a choice, because if you've stepped up and you're doing the PR and you want to be high profile, your ups will be high profile and your downs will be 3x more high profile.
That really does sound scary. But you've had a long career, Ronnie. Who are the people or peers, I should ask, who you have or hold in great regard or respect? And who are the business people you really admire in India?
Not to sound facetious, I think for me, it's not been any individual. And the reason I say that today is because, I think everyone is not who they seem to be. If somebody says, oh, I'm looking at you, Ronnie, and for you, and I'm saying, look, you don't know everything about me. You can't take one facet and two facets and then say, I want to emulate yourself around myself. So I've been always a little cautious about this context, because everyone has got a different facets to them. So I would say different facets for different people in many ways. I think the Parsi community and some of the leaders we've had there, where you kind of look at, has been inspirational for me, where you look at impact and you look at, the right value systems along with creating businesses at scale and being highly successful is one. The second one is where there's absolute raw ambition, where you will tear through everything else for market, for really being highly successful and creating that. And I think sometimes that stirs you up. Is that the best thing in isolation? No, but it stirs you up. So I think I'm a chapters guy. I'm not a whole book guy. I like to look at different facets of people and gleam on them to see what works for me. Because any one person to idealize today in the 21st century, I think is a little tricky and tough. Because what you see is not what you get, not because the other person is not that. It's because everyone is multifaceted.
Okay, you've provided me the perfect last question then. Give me a chapter that nobody knows in your book. I mean, what's the one thing that you would say nobody knows about Ronnie Screwvala?
I think there'd be a lot that they wouldn't. But I think people, I'm very reclusive by nature. I'm extremely reclusive by nature. I can be extremely thoughtful sometimes, though everyone may feel I'm being impetuous. And I actually do enjoy and thrive on the multiple impacts that one is creating. So I think for me, a lot of people look at that and look at time management, and that everyone feels, for example, that you need to be super busy. And I think that's not the case. I think I enjoy different facets of life. So I guess that's what it would be. Not the most exciting last answer.
No, but it's been an exciting conversation, which I've enjoyed a lot, Ronnie, and I thank you very much for it. Great luck for the future, and thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Presented by eBix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है. Co-presented by CoinDCX, your gateway to crypto. Co-powered by Green Lamb Laminates, Gustakhi Saaf.
A huge disastrous scene over here. This is a city absolutely dead.
The Ukrainian military truck that was destroyed by our artillery.
Windows broken, shards of glass everywhere. These are unreal times for people of Golgotha. You're seeing new bricks because they're rebuilding. That's how resilient this town has been of Golgotha. I'm atop a T-64 Russian tank, and they are now preparing to roll in to the border areas, the front line.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Pakistan Parliament has been dissolved after Imran Khan runs away from the trust vote. Fresh polls likely in 90 days' time. Pakistan Speaker cites foreign plot to stall this trust motion, which was sure to oust Imran Khan. Imran mocks the opposition after cancellation of no trust vote. Says, we surprised the opposition. They didn't see this coming. Pakistan's opposition cries murder of democracy, moves the Supreme Court, calling Imran's move against the Constitution. Supreme Court now to hear this matter on Monday. And hundreds of civilians killed in Bucha while Russians were retreating from the city. Bodies of 280 civilians found in Bucha. Ukraine claims attacks, deliberate massacre. Now, the only channel on ground reporting the Bucha massacre, India Today goes deep into the war zone to bring you these horrifying images of bloodbath on the streets of Bucha. Now, in a rapid turn of events, Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has asked the President to dissolve the National Assembly and announce fresh polls after the last-minute dismissal of the no trust motion. Here's more on this story on ground.
जुमा 25 मार्च 2022 को तलब करदा इजलास इसके काम के इख्तिताम को बाज़रिया हाज़िर बर्खास्त करता हूं.
Dramatic twist in Pakistan's political power game. Chaos breaks out after Imran Khan's bouncer. Pakistan Prime Minister losing numbers, staring at certain defeat, and ouster from power. Decided to cling on to power via back door. Imran dramatically called for dissolution of parliament and fresh polls. Moments after the speaker dropped a bombshell and rejected the no trust motion.
25 मार्च 2022 को तलब करदा इजलास इसके काम के इख्तिताम को बाज़रिया हाज़िर बर्खास्त करता हूं.
Imran Khan called for fresh elections after no confidence motion against him was rejected in the National Assembly.
अल्लाह इस कौम के ऊपर देख रहा है. 27 रमज़ान को ये पाकिस्तान वजूद में आया था. ये इस तरह की साजिश इंशाल्लाह ये कौम कामयाब नहीं होने देगी. मैं अपनी सारी कौम को मुबारक देना चाहता हूं कि नेशनल असेंबली के हमारे स्पीकर ने मुस्तरद किया, रिजेक्ट किया एक वो मूव, रिजीम चेंज की जो कोशिश की गई थी पाकिस्तान के 22 करोड़ अवाम में. एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था, और जो आज स्पीकर ने उसको जो रिजेक्ट किया है और ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस को जो रिजेक्ट किया, मैं सारी कौम को आज मुबारक देता हूं. तो जो स्पीकर ने आज जो अपनी अथॉरिटी, अपनी जो पावर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पावर यूज करके जो फैसला किया है, अब इसके बाद मैंने अभी से प्रेसिडेंट साहब को वो भेज दिया है, एडवाइस भेज दी है कि असेंबलियां डिसॉल्व करें एक डेमोक्रेटिक सोसाइटी में हम डेमोक्रेट्स अवाम के पास जाएं, अवाम से इलेक्शंस हो, अवाम फैसला करे कि वो किसको चाहती है.
Before Imran-backed Deputy Speaker Qasim Suri nullified the motion and termed it against the Constitution.
We're at the Parliament right now, and the opposition is holding its own session after the Deputy Speaker adjourned the session till an indefinite period and rejected the no-trust motion against Prime Minister Imran Khan. The opposition held voting on the no-trust motion during this session of its own, and the no-trust motion has passed with 195 members voting in favour of it. This is, of course, not official because this is just an informal session of the opposition, and we are waiting to hear from them about the future strategy that they're going to adopt.
The Prime Minister's close aide and INB Minister Fawad Chaudhry cried foul play and claimed foreign conspiracy to topple the government.
7 मार्च को यह बताया जाता है अदम एतमाद उस वक्त तक पाकिस्तान में नहीं आती, 8 मार्च को आती है. इस वक्त तक पाकिस्तान में भी किसी को नहीं पता अदम एतमाद है. हमारे स्पीकर साहब को बताया जाता है कि पाकिस्तान से आपके हमारे ताल्लुकात का दारोमदार इस अदम एतमाद की कामयाबी पर है. एक इफेक्टिव ऑपरेशन है जनाब स्पीकर regime change का by a foreign government.
Khan sent a proposal to President Arif Alvi to dissolve the assembly, essentially making way for early elections to be held in Pakistan. The president soon obliged. After the unexpected move in the National Assembly, opposition staged protest inside the House, conducted its own session, staying adamant on ousting Imran. A jubilant PTI tweeted images of a smug Imran Khan, in all smiles after the trust vote stunner. Imran has decided to stay on as the Prime Minister in a caretaker role before polls. The opposition says it is just a facade to destroy democracy and stay on in power despite lacking numbers. Who will have the last laugh in the Pakistan political quagmire? With Alia Zehra in Islamabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the opposition created quite some ruckus in the Pakistani Assembly after the Speaker rejected a no-confidence motion against Imran Khan. Leaders of the opposition call this move as unconstitutional. Pakistan Minister, meanwhile, has announced that fresh elections will take place in 90 days' time. Here's what's that transpired.
Unruly scenes in Pakistan's National Assembly after the Speaker rejected the no-confidence motion against Prime Minister Imran Khan. Fuming opposition first created a ruckus and then started its own proceedings in the National Assembly, even after the power supply was snapped.
We have been told that the lights have been, the power has been deliberately switched off by the assembly officials because they are saying that the opposition cannot be allowed to have their own session and the time is over for the session.
Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz leader Ayaz Sadiq took the Speaker's chair and presided opposition's meeting. Votes of opposition members were counted and a total of 195 MPs were found to be present. Security was beefed up outside the parliament after the whole episode. Members of the opposition also came down heavily on Imran Khan and called the move an open violation of the constitution, accusing Imran of pushing Pakistan into civil war.
Article 6 लगेगा. Article 6 किस ऊपर लगेगा? Article 6 किसके ऊपर लगेगा? स्पीकर के ऊपर भी और इमरान खान के ऊपर.
आज ये नजराते हुए आखिरी मौके पे स्पीकर साहब ने गैर आईनी काम किया है. पाकिस्तान का आईन तुड़वाया गया है. यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन ने ये फैसला किया है कि हम नेशनल असेंबली में धरना देंगे जब तक हमारा आईनी हक ना दिया जाए.
Nawaz Sharif's daughter Maryam Nawaz took a jibe at Imran and said If this insane and fanatical person is not punished for this crime, the law of the jungle will prevail in the country after today. PPP leader Asif Zardari called the move illegal. Another PPP leader, Sherry Rahman, said minority prime minister can't dissolve the assembly. The opposition joining forces to fight Imran. Who will prevail finally? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Imran Khan mocks the opposition after cancellation of the no trust motion. Imran has said that his actions have surprised the opposition, says the opposition did not see that coming, and reiterated foreign conspiracy claim during his address after the National Assembly of Pakistan was dissolved. Here's a look.
मैं पहले तो कल आपको रिमाइंड करवाना चाहता हूं कि जब मैं शाम को आया था तो मुझे आप सबको कहना पड़ा था घबराना नहीं है। असल में देखें, मैं जरा आपको समझाना चाहता हूं कि ये हुआ क्या है, क्योंकि अभी तक वो ऑपोजिशन को समझ नहीं आ रही हुआ क्या है। नहीं, उन्होंने रियलाइज नहीं किया कि जिस वक्त पाकिस्तान की नेशनल सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल ने वाज़े तौर पे कह दिया कि पाकिस्तान की ये जो नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन थी, इसमें से बैरून मुल्क की इंटरफेरेंस थी। नेशनल सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल जिसमें सारे सिक्योरिटी चीफ्स बैठे हुए थे, सब बैठे हुए थे, उनके सामने पूरा वो जो कम्युनिके था पाकिस्तान के एम्बेसडर अमेरिका में और उनका जो डोनाल्ड लू जो भी उनका रिप्रेजेंटेटिव था, उसके सारे ये ऑफिशियल मीटिंग थी। इस ऑफिशियल मीटिंग के नोट टेकर्स बैठे हुए थे दोनों तरफ, और वो मिनट्स वो जो कॉन्वर्सेशन था हमारे एम्बेसडर और उनके ऑफिशियल का, वो सारा कॉन्वर्सेशन फिर जब बताया गया हमारी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में, तो फिर एक उसके बाद मिनट्स जारी किए गए उसके। उन मिनट्स के अंदर ये चीज कंफर्म की गई कि ये एक बाहर से प्लान बना था जिसमें इंटरफेयर किया गया था पाकिस्तान की इंटरनल पॉलिटिक्स में, और ये जो नो कॉन्फिडेंस थी इसकी बुनियाद बाहर थी। हमने वो चीजें लिखी नहीं वहां के कैसे यहाँ एम्बेसी के लोग मिल रहे थे, जो लोग हमारे से जब छोड़ के गए, जो लोटा हुए, तो इनको बकायदा एम्बेसी के लोग मिलते थे। उनका क्या काम था? देखिए, हेड्स ऑफ कई दफा बात पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के हेड्स को इसलिए मिलते हैं कि वो पूछ सकते हैं मुल्क के सूरत हाल वगैरह, लेकिन इन लोगों को मिलने का उनका क्या था? तो वो सारा कनेक्शन था उसका नो कॉन्फिडेंस मूव जो कि बाहर से इनिशिएटेड थी। तो जब एक दफा मुल्क की हाईएस्ट सिक्योरिटी बॉडी ये कंफर्म कर देती है, तो उसके बाद तो ये प्रोसीडिंग्स ये इररेलेवेंट थी कि नंबर्स कितने हैं। तो मैं आपको ये बता नहीं सकता था कल रात, क्योंकि मुझे डर ये था कि ये वो आज वो शौक में ना होते अगर मैं सबको बता देता।
All right, the dissolution of the National Assembly in Pakistan has now prompted opposition leaders to head to the Supreme Court. A 3-member bench of the Supreme Court of Pakistan heard the suo motu notice following the constitutional situation. In fact, the Supreme Court adjourned further hearing until tomorrow. Notice has been issued to the Attorney General for hearing. Supreme Court has restrained state officials from taking any unconstitutional action. Chief Justice of Pakistan, Supreme Court, has said that all political parties should ensure peace and order, and that it is Ramadan and everyone's fasting at the moment.
सबसे पहला नुकता तो यही है कि आर्टिकल 69 के तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट को इख्तियार हासिल नहीं है कि वो पार्लियामान की रूलिंग को जज कर सके, कि स्पीकर का एब्सोल्यूट इख्तियार है। और इसके तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट के और अदालतों के अपने बहुत सारे फैसले जो हैं वो मौजूद हैं, कि जो एविडेंस है, अब डिटेल्ड रूलिंग जो है वो स्पीकर साहब ने दे दी है, बहुत सारे आपके मीडिया के दोस्तों को पहुंच भी गई है, उस रूलिंग में उन्होंने बड़ी डिटेल्ड में रीजंस लिखे हैं कि कैसे आर्टिकल 5 जो है वो अट्रैक्ट होता है उनकी नज़र में।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Alia Zahra joining us, a Pakistan journalist, to give us an understanding on the situation there. Alia, Supreme Court has now moved the matter to hear for tomorrow. In the meanwhile, do you see any commotion that unfolds in areas of Islamabad? We know that heavy security deployment has been imposed, and this comes at a time when Imran Khan has almost been poking fun at the opposition, saying that you never saw this coming, this was clearly a surprise for you, and a big smile, a picture that's been put up on his party's Twitter page. This really shows of a defiant Imran Khan, undoubtedly.
Yeah, of course, and I was at the parliament just now, and the way the PTI members were joking about it, and you know, taking this whole thing as if it is some kind of joke, when in fact it has created a constitutional crisis in the country. It was really disappointing to see how they were literally just trolling the opposition members there after creating a constitutional crisis in the country. And the Supreme Court rightly took notice of the situation, and we are told that they are very serious about it. As far as the security is concerned, the Supreme Court also ordered the Interior Secretary and all the relevant parties to make sure that the security is up to the mark and no untoward incident takes place in the capital. And we saw that Imran Khan had, also claimed that people will gather in the capital and stop the no trust motion somehow, but there were no such gatherings, and I don't think that many PTI supporters came on the streets. So we can say that the call that he had given for protests to his followers, to his supporters, that was virtually kind of, it failed. So I don't think that the security situation will worsen, or because the security forces are out there and they're taking care of security of the important buildings and the red zone especially. Many of the areas leading towards D-Chowk have been sealed. Just one of the areas is open right now. And I don't think that the security situation, because court is keeping an eye on it, and the law enforcement agencies have also taken their position. They're, noticing the whole situation. But in this whole crisis, the government's role, I don't know whether or not we should call it a government even, because the fact that they've all resigned from their positions, and the court said that the orders of the Prime Minister and the President would be stayed until the court gives some order to after this, if there's some verdict announced. So the whole, it's very immature, the way the ruling party is acting, and now all eyes are on the Supreme Court. And if
we'll see,
the Supreme Court hopefully
will be hearing the matter tomorrow, and we're really hoping that this comes to an end, because clearly you, as a citizen of your own country, would want to see some stability in the political scenario for government functioning to take place as normal once again. Thank you very much for joining us with those details. Now, the move to dissolve the National Assembly might have saved Imran Khan's government momentarily, but really has further damaged the prospects, and it's really fractured this democratic system in Pakistan, which already was. Here's what that transpired over the day.
Solidly held there. Oh, that's a big shot. Oh, he's bowled him.
One of Pakistan's greatest all-rounders of all time. A bowler par excellence who was considered unplayable when ball tampering was legal in the 80s.
And the first wicket down, Imran Khan, the great Pakistan all-rounder.
30 years after he retired from the cricket pitch, Imran Khan Niazi has demonstrated that his talents for tampering to swing things in his favour have lost none of their potency. He may be beaming now, exuding the delight of one who has pulled the rug from under Shehbaz Sharif and Bilawal Bhutto, who led an opposition army to cast Imran unceremoniously out of office. But Imran has landed his country in a constitutional crisis. For one thing, Imran Khan appears to have made a move that flies against the mood in the all-powerful Pakistan army, averting his ouster just a day after Pakistan's army chief obliquely criticized Imran's foreign hand conspiracy theories.
वो ये कहते हैं कि हमें और एक बहाना मारते हैं कि हमें क्यों गुस्सा पाकिस्तान पे, लेकिन कहते हैं कि वो गुस्सा तब बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएगा, हम माफ कर देंगे पाकिस्तान को अगर इमरान खान ये अदम एतमाद की ये हार जाता है, यानी अगर इमरान खान चला जाता है तो पाकिस्तान को माफ कर देते हैं.
We share a long history of excellent and strategic relationship with the United States, which remains our largest export market. We seek to broaden and expand our ties with both countries without impacting our relations with the other.
आर्टिकल 5 जो है उसकी क्लॉज 1 तो पड़ी.
By blocking a constitutionally moved no trust vote against him, Imran has also confirmed to the Pakistani people that the numbers were indeed stacked against him and therefore severely damaged the democratic process at a time when Pakistan is battling to repair an irreparable international reputation. The opposition may be pushing things when it cites a looming civil war, but as caretaker Prime Minister on the back foot, Imran Khan still faces unrest and opposition even from his own party and government. A possible revolt within was triggered shortly after the National Assembly drama, with Imran's Attorney General and Deputy, the two top Pakistani legal officers, resigning.
आर्टिकल 6 लगेगा. आर्टिकल 6 किस स्पीकर के ऊपर भी और इमरान खान के ऊपर.
Imran Khan famously lost his cap and nerve facing a bouncer playing for Sussex in 1981, a sporting assault that galvanized him to bounce back and demolish the rival Middlesex team on the final day of that famous county test.
That has gone miles. It is a huge six.
41 years later, it's Imran who has delivered the bouncer. And it remains to be seen if Pakistan can put him in his place. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, curfew, social media blackout and protests have crippled Sri Lanka as the island nation faces crippling economic downfall. More details on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today. You are...
Now, economic turmoil in Sri Lanka has deepened. A call for massive protests today across the nation against the worsening crisis has been made. Social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter and WhatsApp are shut across Sri Lanka after a curfew was imposed until Monday, barring public movement at most places. Amid long hours of power cuts, widespread protests, no end in sight to the economic woes in Sri Lanka. President Gotabaya Rajapaksa declared a state of emergency in the country yesterday, giving sweeping powers to security forces. Security was beefed up in Colombo after unrest grew over repeated power cuts. Sri Lankan government has now declared damages worth 39 million rupees as protests have intensified, leading to vandalism in the country. Now let's take a quick look at this ground report. An exclusive coming in from Colombo, India Today's Ashutosh Mishra, who brings us the latest in the worsening economic Sri Lankan crisis, from hour-long wait for fuel and at gas stations there to massive protests that's erupted on the streets. Here's a look at what's happening.
In the outskirts of Colombo, the situation is no different than the main town, the main capital. Here at Devla Road, there's a similar picture that you see, and with these images are very common across the island country, Sri Lanka. There you see the length more than 500 meters. Since most of the petrol pumps are shut down, there are no fuel, and people for the gas, they are just hunting around one petrol pump after another. The police, the special task force, you can see here, and they have been waiting for hours, and the moment they get to know that one fuel station has got the supply of gas, there's a sense of panic. The people run pillar to post madly to collect, and that's also leading to the black marketing of fuel as well. The people here in panic since there is 13 to 14 hours. The power crisis, electricity supply disrupted. The police is now here guarding the petrol pump, the fuel supplies, ensuring, the rationing. And here, because there's a black marketing and commercial institutions, they required enough stock of fuel. Now these vans, these vehicles are coming with these drums, with the canes carrying fuels to run the commercial institutions like hotel, the major offices where they have the generators, and that's required diesel. There, remember, the massive crisis in Sri Lanka is at the moment of the fuel, because they are running out of stock and they cannot import because there is no foreign reserve left with the country. And that's here you see the scene of panic situation in outskirts of the Colombo and perhaps all across the Sri Lanka. With this ground report in Colombo, I'm Ashutosh Mishra with Divyan, this for India Today.
All right, former Pakistan Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif has now reacted to the commotion at the Pakistan Parliament. In fact, Nawaz Sharif, hitting out at Imran Khan, says Imran is guilty of high treason and should be tried for desecrating the constitution. In fact, Nawaz Sharif also said, and I quote, "Today a man obsessed with power trampled the constitution." These are big words coming in from former Pakistan Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif, who's hit out at Imran Khan, calling him guilty of high treason, saying that he should be tried for desecrating the constitution of Pakistan. Nawaz Sharif also adding, and I quote, "Today a man obsessed with power trampled the constitution." Remember, this charge has come against Imran Khan and his party that they have gone against the constitution. In fact, the speaker itself has been influenced by Imran Khan, has given out an unconstitutional mandate. The matter is now in court, will be taken up tomorrow for hearing. Now, the world is indeed in shock over what transpired in Bucha as Russians retreated, with bodies piling up on the roads. Visuals now coming in from the Kiev suburbs, beyond horrifying. India Today's senior executive editor Gaurav Sawant and video journalist Lalit Joshi witnessed this immediate aftermath of the massacre. Let's have a look at this world exclusive.
What is actually heartbreaking in these images, we'll just walk. They live here, they eat here, and they've had nowhere else to go. So bad is the situation that Tatya has just buried her child who was killed in shelling right here. And she broke down as she explained that to me, that the child must be very cold. So she made a cup of tea, and she's put tea and her child's favorite chocolates on that grave that has been just dug here. And there are other graves that have been dug in this area after the shelling in Bucha. The situation here, extremely heartbreaking. The manner in which these people have survived close to 40 days of an intense Russian attack, and Ukraine armies fight back in this area. With cameraman Lalit Mohan Joshi in Bucha, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. The burnt infantry combat vehicle, the burnt tanks and cars on this road and several roads around give you an idea of the kind of battles that have been fought in Bucha in the past 40 days. The Russian soldiers may have retreated, but for every inch of territory, there was a fierce battle with thousands of civilians, unfortunately, trapped in the crossfire. Now, this burnt BMP, burnt infantry combat vehicle here, the burnt Lexus there, the burnt Mercedes behind that show how pitched battles were fought inside the streets of Bucha. Burnt homes, an indication that civilians were caught in this deadly, deadly crossfire that took place in this area.
All right. On that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. For the news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. News and updates continue.
You are watching India Today.
मैं सोचा था कि एक चाट कॉर्नर खोला जाए। रिटायर्ड लाइफ ऐसी होती है, स्लो और लंबी, लग जाएगी आदत। कितना वॉक करूं, कितना टीवी देखूं, 6 हफ्ते हो गए, अभी तक कुसुम की चोरी पकड़ी नहीं गई है।
That's how he is, he is constantly bullying people. And I remember me and Hitesh were having this conversation also. If as a first-time director, if you get bullied very soon, then you had it. But if you have a say and you give it back to him, then he understands that this director knows his work. But that's his way he tests people. He tests directors. Agar main usko force karunga, does he have an original point of view, or is he just going to agree to what I say? And I think he very masterfully found his way. How passionate he was about this film, how guilty he was, even though that he was suffering in New York during his treatment, that ye film complete ho jaye. Because he always had empathy towards a producer, that somebody has put their money, somebody has entrusted me with a film and character, and I hope that this film completes. That's when they had this great idea of casting Paresh Rawalji, who's such a fine actor. And I have so much of love and respect to give to him to step in to complete this film, to pay a tribute to an actor that's my father, and he's done it in such a beautiful way.
Cooking is an art.
The Pakistan Army came out with a neutral stance, calling Imran's stunner a political development. Pakistan Army Chief Qamar Bajwa has now rejected Imran's attack on the United States, calling Washington one of the most reliable partners of Pakistan. Let's have a look at this report.
एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था.
It has become the single biggest refrain for Imran Khan to cling on to his chair. An imaginary bogey which has given Imran the proverbial fig leaf. The bogey of a powerful foreign hand, out to topple him.
Because it's ridiculous.
Because of his solidarity trip to Russia. Imran has made it known to the world that he is referring to the United States. Imran Khan has used this plank to trash the opposition, which clearly aced the number game.
मैं आज अपनी सारी कौम को मुबारक देना चाहता हूं कि नेशनल असेंबली के हमारे स्पीकर ने मुस्तरद किया, रिजेक्ट किया एक वो मूव रिजीम चेंज की जो कोशिश की गई थी पाकिस्तान के 22 करोड़ अवाम में. एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था, और जो आज स्पीकर ने उसको जो रिजेक्ट किया है, और ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस को जो रिजेक्ट किया, मैं सारी कौम को आज मुबारक देता हूं.
But Pakistan Army Chief Qamar Bajwa has rejected Imran's attack on the US, calling Washington one of the most reliable partners of Pakistan.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Equally, we share a long history of excellent and strategic relationship with the United States, which remains our largest export market. We seek to broaden and expand our ties with both countries without impacting our relations with the other.
We are neutral. Pakistan Army has absolutely nothing to do with what happened in National Assembly. Despite professional neutrality, the Pakistan Army remains the single biggest factor calling the shots in Islamabad. It ruled the coup-prone country for more than half of its 73-plus years of existence. Imran maintains the army gave him three options to resolve the political crisis: his resignation, facing no confidence, or calling early elections.
उन्होंने ऑप्शंस दी थी मुझे, और वो ऑब्वियसली हमारी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट है. उन्होंने ऑफर दी कि जी तीन चीज़ें हैं, या आप अदम एतमाद का वोट चले जाएं, या आप इस्तीफा दे दें, और या इलेक्शन. हमने कहा इलेक्शन सबसे बेहतर तरीका है. इस्तीफा मैं कभी सोच भी नहीं सकता, और अदम एतमाद वोट का मतलब ये कि मैं तो बिलीव करता हूं कि आखिरी मिनट तक लड़ूंगा.
Imran has been on an overdrive meeting the Pakistan Army generals recently. Is he playing by the Pakistan military rulebook? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the big question here is, what does it really mean for India? Imran Khan's ouster or him being in power? What are the repercussions politically or bilaterally for India? In fact, as we see here, Pakistan's political volatility is usually bad news for India, undoubtedly. Imran Khan, of course, recently even praised India, in fact, praised the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well. And he's now seen as a democracy fixer. He's, of course, trying to project himself that way. We're also looking at Pakistan's conspiracy theories of India hand fomenting trouble that could find traction as well. As always, like they always do, blame India for their troubles. Now, this could also mean that this gives Pakistan Army more leverage now as the guarantor of Pakistan's government, which means Pakistan's military, which already is so powerful and is entrenched in the political system, will have more of a say, looking at the kind of the commotion within the political scenario. We're also looking at this situation now creating uncertainty in terms of who's calling the shots in Pakistan. Again, the military hand could be inevitable. Political turmoil there allowing Pakistan's hardliners to conduct work even less hindered. Well, these are the likely scenarios here that we will see unfolding in Pakistan that could possibly, very likely, affect India as well, if at all the situation worsens. The political scenario in Pakistan undoubtedly in many different ways would affect relations between India and Pakistan undoubtedly, and of course that the situation of security also now comes as a big concern. Now let me quickly cut across to our panelists to give us an insight and an understanding into how exactly Imran Khan's ouster or him remaining in power would really affect India and by what means. Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, retired, joining us. Thank you very much, sir, for being part of this talk. We also have, in fact, Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad, who's also retired, former DG, Infantry, Indian Army. Thank you very much, sir. We also have Prabhu Dayal, who's a former diplomat, joining us for more. Let me start with our Lieutenant Rakesh Sharma, who's a distinguished fellow, Center for Land Warfare Studies. Mr. Sharma, here we see that Imran Khan has managed to pull out a trick right at the last minute. In the nick of time, he's managed to align himself with what the speaker said, or rather managed to pull the speaker on his side. Allegations are that the speaker is completely going as per what Imran Khan's party has asked him to do. Which means that he remains in power for a little longer. The matter is in Supreme Court, but do you believe at all that Imran Khan's ouster or him remaining in power, as much as it is their internal matter, would affect India, and by what way?
Okay, thank you for inviting me. Let me say that it was a master stroke played by Imran Khan. He played a reverse swing. He sorted the entire opposition out. He sorted the entire establishment out, and he managed to do what he wanted to do, which is, of course, to call the elections. And he managed the elections in a very intelligent manner. Let's grant it to him that he had planned it for over a period of time from 7th of March when the letter first came in, and he allowed the OIC meeting to take place. The Assistant Secretary of State to join the OIC meeting, and thereafter opened the things here. And now he is named Donald Lu as the gentleman behind it. So I think it is a great game. The elections are going to be very interesting. The Supreme Court is going to be very interesting. I have personally made doubts if Supreme Courts will intervene in a manner to reinstate the assembly, because that may sound unconstitutional by itself. And then calling for elections actually is going back to the people, which the Supreme Court should be all right about. So I think the fact of the matter is it's a fine piece of ledge that everybody is walking on. Now, to answer your question about the Pakistan Army has played another intelligent game. In my opinion, they have played strategic restraint. They have now sided with the United States in their statements, rightly so, because they have long 7 decades of relationship with the United States Army. Little ups and downs in between, but they are the beginners of relationship from CENTO onwards. And larger number of senior officers, their kids are studying there, they have relationships on other issues across. Maximum remittances come across from United States. So the Pakistan Army chief has very finely kept a balance in the whole thing. Now, what does it affect India? That's an interesting thing. As you rightly said, that volatility in Pakistan causes problems to happen on the Indian front. It is historically true.
Yeah.
However, I would not state it that this is inevitable. Nothing is inevitable. I think the ceasefire was sought by the Pakistan Army, which is in place now. We have to be cautious. But I would say that, Pakistan Army will find a fine line. And before I end, I will say that the agenda for the next elections will be interesting to be followed, because the agenda for the next elections will be national security, but more on foreign policy grounds than anything else. So this is a different election than the elections that have been fought on the other side. So end here saying that we have to be cautious, but I do not foresee an inevitability of volatility rising on the borders with Pakistan for us.
Right, let me cut that across to Lieutenant General Shankar Prasad. Mr. Prasad, here we see that when we speak of diplomatic ties, you could give us an understanding on what would change if at all Imran Khan is ousted or if he remains in power. Him being in power so long, India-Pakistan relations had really never improved. But towards the fag end, just a few weeks ago, he began to praise Prime Minister Narendra Modi and India's stance on Russia's war. And these were words that never came out from Imran Khan, but it was very surprising to receive something like that from him. Was this almost a stage that he was setting up? His words praising India, how would you look at that? Is this just a political gimmick, and him being ousted, will that spell trouble for India at all?
No, I don't think I give any credence to his promoting the Prime Minister of India's policies and praising him. These are all things that you've got to take with a pinch of salt. They are all full of political overloads, and I don't trust any of these remarks and don't take them seriously. Now, there are some very important points that I wish to make before I answer the final question.
Sure.
First of all, the game is not yet over. The Constitution is to be interpreted by the Supreme Court. The various articles being quoted in the Parliament today and amongst the legal fraternity in Pakistan. Therefore, what will be the interpretation of the Supreme Court will be final, and that we'll get to know in tomorrow or the day after, whenever the Supreme Court gives an order. But the more important thing is, and I don't want to jump the gun as far as that part is concerned, the second part is there seems to be a foreign hand, which Imran Khan himself says. Now, what is that foreign hand? Is it the United States of America? The Pakistan Army chief says, no, Americans are friends of ours. There is a divergence of views between the Pakistan Army and the Pakistan Prime Minister. Now, who is correct? Considering that the fact is true that there is a foreign hand, I'm repeating, if it is true, then do you think this foreign power is going to remain quiet after what has happened today? If they were seriously wanting to topple the government of Imran Khan, will they keep quiet and walk away now?
No, in fact, he's made some really alarming claims.
Whoever is the foreign power,
General Shankar, some alarming claims. In fact, I just looked at a few seconds ago about how he's accused the State Secretary, U.S.
I want to answer your question first. Can I answer your question?
Go on.
Yeah, can I answer your question first? I haven't answered your question as yet. So this is the second part of the story. Now you want me to rush through it, and I will rush through it now. See, what has the Supreme Court said today? Supreme Court has said he has directed the Defense Secretary of Pakistan to ensure law and order. When such a thing happens, particularly in Pakistan and perhaps in many other countries as well, when a situation like this occurs and some political parties on one side and the other are on the other side, there is bound to be some kind of confusion in the civil population, in the awam as they say. And what will happen? Do you expect some kind of tamasha tomorrow, some kind of riots tomorrow, some kind of gundagardi tomorrow, some kind of narebazi tomorrow, sometimes of killings and burning of property? All of this is likely to happen. Therefore, the Supreme Court has said today that the Defense Secretary, mark the words Defense Secretary, has been entrusted with the assignment of seeing none of these things happen. If it was purely an internal police matter, the matter should have been referred to or a direction given to the Home Secretary of Pakistan to say, please ensure that nothing goes wrong in Pakistan as far as law and order is concerned. Obviously, there is a feeling that the police may not be able to handle the volatility or the quantum of disorder that may take place. Therefore, the Defense Secretary. However, Defense Secretary does not really rule the army. That's a different matter altogether. It's a manner of saying it. But finally, it is the army which is going to be deployed, and the army chief is going to get involved with it. Now, the question arises, if the situation goes bad in Pakistan, and if the Pakistan army, which is told to bring law and order, tries to use some force, how much force will they use? What will be the effect of the force? Could it become a little dangerous situation? And a dangerous situation to the level that they may have to impose martial law. I'm not saying that they're going to impose it, but it all depends on how things pan out tomorrow. So where is India standing on this? India is concerned about the status of law and order in Pakistan. It's a totally internal matter of Pakistan. What happens in Pakistan Supreme Court? What happens among the political parties? What happens between the army and the Prime Minister?
But we are concerned about security, which has always been an issue in some of the areas.
But we are worried about law and order. And in that event, should Pakistan try to divert the attention of its population, the army wants to divert the attention and bring some kind of peace in Pakistan, they may not look at India. I'm not saying they will, but we have to be cautious. We have to be very careful as to how India... We are really not interested in the internal affairs of Pakistan, but if anything that is happening there which may affect India, which can happen should there be a martial law kind of a situation, and we have to be careful. They may incite some border issues. They may put in train some more terrorist incidents. So we got to watch it very carefully, which is why we are watching it very carefully to see what effect it can have on India if it becomes volatile, if the military takes certain action, is getting out of control, then how will the military react? How will the other people react? Will they try to divert attention to India? These are the issues which our intelligence agencies, with our security forces, with the government must be really watching more closely than you and I are. So the ultimate issue is this, that the situation is grave. We have to watch it very carefully and see how it spans out in the next 1 or 2 days.
All right, General Prasad, we heard you, and that's precisely where we stand at as well, and that's why we have this with you as a panelist to try and understand the gravity of it. How serious should we take this political development coming from Pakistan? Prabhu Dayal, who's a former diplomat, would give us a better understanding also on this. To add to it, Mr. Dayal, here we hear Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has now pointed fingers at the US Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs, Donald Lu, as a person who's really conspired against dethroning him. This is what Imran Khan has said. Donald Lu, we believe, was instrumental in this in the no confidence motion, according to his party. But Donald Lu has also served in India. He's worked as a political officer in India as well as in Pakistan. Was also a deputy envoy of the American embassy in Delhi. How would you look at it? Fingers pointed at Donald Lu for conspiring against him. Donald Lu also has a connection with India. We don't want tomorrow that India to be dragged in to Pakistan's political scenario, which is bound to happen, because it's very often that Pakistan points fingers at India for their troubles.
Well, Nabila, before I answer your question, I seek your indulgence to recount some of my experiences from the time I was posted in Pakistan in the early 80s.
Right, sir.
That is the time when Zia-ul Haq was ruling the country, first as military dictator and then as president. Now, Imran Khan was the cricket captain of Pakistan. And at that time, there were no neutral umpires. no visiting team could ever beat the Pakistani cricket team because the Pakistani umpires hugely sided with their own team. In other words, you could never get a Pakistani batsman out leg before. Run-out decisions were always suspect. Pakistan always won on home turf because the umpires never played neutral. What happened in the National Assembly of Pakistan was a mirror image of that. The umpires, that is the speaker, and ultimately the president, who was supposed to be neutral in this situation, sided with Imran Khan, just as the cricket umpires of those days used to side with him. And Imran Khan was able to beat the opposition because these umpires who were supposed to be neutral, the president and the speaker, were not neutral. Now, to address your question about the issue of Imran Khan pointing fingers at the Americans. First of all, let me point out that the seriousness of the situation is quite evident to even General Bajwa, because in his speech yesterday, he was at pains to point out that Pakistan wants to develop a cordial and close relationship, a strategic relationship with the United States. And he realizes that Imran Khan's remarks could damage Pakistan's interests. As regards India, Pakistan's policy towards India has always been constant. Whether there is a military government or whether there is an elected prime minister, there is a policy of pursuing proxy warfare. There is a policy of infiltrating terrorists. There is evidently hostility. That is part of the system, that is part of the thinking of the armed forces, and that is the policy to which even the civil government has to contribute. So in a nutshell, vis-a-vis us, I don't expect any change in the policy of Pakistan, whether Imran Khan is the president or someone else, the prime minister, or someone else becomes the prime minister. If there is political stability in Pakistan, my view is that it is better for us. When there is instability, the government of the day tries to do some finger pointing at us, tries to make, excuses that it is India which is damaging Pakistan, etc., etc. As far as the question of the army taking over is concerned, look, Pakistan is in a complete mess. The economy is in shambles. The army would not like to take over things at this stage because it would rather see that there is a civilian government propped up by it which tries to sort out the mess rather than trying to sort out the mess itself.
Right.
Pakistan is in deep debt. And I don't see that it will be coming out of this mess anytime soon. So why should the army get involved with sorting out the mess on behalf of...
But Mr. Dayal, does not the army enjoy that overpowering position? Does not the army enjoy being involved in taking control entirely? As we know, they've ruled for more than half their existence. And at a time like this, the army taking over, will that really have any effect on India as such? Is there any correlation or for us to a point of worry for us at all?
I think this relationship is not going to change, even if the armed forces take over. In fact, I have found that when there is an army rule, ostensibly there is a better relationship. I was there in Pakistan, as I said, when Ziaul Haq was there. He is the one who very cunningly orchestrated this policy of proxy warfare against India, of infiltrating terrorists. This had been a policy even earlier, but he fine-tuned it. And it has continued to be the policy of Pakistan, whether there is a civilian government or whether Parvez Musharraf was there. I think this is going to be going to continue being the state of affairs. We should be in total readiness, whether or not there is an army takeover or whether there is some sort of a civilian government installed as a puppet of the army.
Which we are, I believe. And thank you very much, Mr. Dayal. But as we let you go here, a quick word from Rakesh Sharma. General Rakesh Sharma, you would look at it the same way, for India to be on alert as the political situation is very uncertain. Whoever comes to power now, with the military really stepping in to try and maintain that law and order, should India be on standby, on alert?
So, the two issues here. One is that what the court has ruled today about Defense Secretary, I feel that they are telling the defense secretary to tell the armed forces whether they listen or not is a separate issue. That the so-called doctrine of necessity under which the army used to come and take over the rule of Pakistan and say, because the politicians were unable to handle it, so it was necessary for the army to come. They have already, the court has preempted that doctrine of necessity and told the defense secretary, please make sure that the army does not take charge of the country at this time. That is one way of why the court has taken a very extraordinary step today. The second part is whether the army will take over. I absolutely agree with Ambassador Prabhu Dayal. Pakistan is such deep trouble. This is a time when the negotiations are at a very critical stage with the IMF, the 13th all bailout that they're having. At this time, if Pakistan establishment the army tries to take on, they won't get any more fundage. The Chinese have already pulled their hand off.
Right.
This is the time to let the politicians handle it and wallow in the problematic situation that they have placed themselves into.
Right.
This is my personal opinion of it.
General Rakesh Sharma, thank you very much. Really appreciate all of you joining us. General Shankar Prasad, for you as well, your time, and Prabhu Dayal. Well, we do know that the situation is quickly developing in Pakistan. Imran Khan to continue as Prime Minister or not, we'll possibly know tomorrow. The Supreme Court is scheduled to hear the matter on the petitions filed by the opposition. India Today continues to shed the spotlight on this matter, but for now it's a wrap. Thank you for watching.
With the recent tensions that arise between Russia and Ukraine, the European Union plays an important role in diplomacy, human rights, trade, and humanitarian aid. But what is the European Union? How many members does it consist of? Let's find out. The European Union is a political and economic bloc which, without Britain, has 27 members. It has a population of about 446 million. The EU's gross domestic product in 2018 was 15.9 trillion euros, making it one of the world's biggest trade players, along with the United States and China. Originally a six-nation bloc created in 1957, the European family, whose motto is United in Diversity, has gone through several enlargement phases. To join, candidates must prove they're committed to respecting and promoting key values like democracy, human rights, and a functioning market economy. They must also comply with all EU standards and rules. Any bid to join the EU must have the backing of the nation concerned, either through a parliamentary vote or a national referendum. Membership is granted when all EU institutions and member states have given their consent. There are currently 5 official candidate countries: the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, Albania, and Turkey. And there are 2 potential candidates: Bosnia and Herzegovina and Kosovo. EU has a flag, 12 golden stars in a blue background, and an anthem, Beethoven's Ode to Joy.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans. on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast on day 39 of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I'm Gaurav Sawant. This special broadcast comes to you from Kiev. The situation in Ukraine, especially in the eastern part, is taking a turn from the bad to the worst. But the real horrors of this war are only now emerging from the outskirts of Kiev, from places like Irpin and Bucha. Over the course of the next half hour, India Today's biggest team of reporters on ground here in Ukraine will get you the latest.
Retreating Russians, Bucha. Bodies piled up on the streets. Ruthless Russian act horrifies the world. India Today captures massacre horror.
There are shrapnel marks all over, and the shrapnel has also pierced the windscreen and killed those inside. A family, you can see bodies still inside this car.
Gaurav and Lalit deep inside war zone Bucha. World exclusive Bucha ground report.
The real horrors of war are only now emerging in Irpin and in Bucha. I traveled to Irpin and Bucha, and it's here that the security forces and the army that now are consolidating their presence. The Ukrainian armed forces are now moving in deeper. But the manner in which civilians were targeted in the past 40 days, civilians caught in the crossfire between Russia and Ukraine. The government in Ukraine says that the Russian army targeted innocent civilians in this war. They've released images of people whose hands were tied, they were tortured, in some instances, according to the Ukrainian government, raped and killed. When I spoke to locals in Bucha, in Irpin, some of these tales of horror emerged. We bring you this India Today special ground report from Bucha. We are currently inside Bucha, and the destruction that you see all around during the Russian occupation of this place is visible for all. Burnt vehicles, burnt malls, burnt homes, damaged and devastated in the fire and the artillery shelling, the rocket fire, the missile fire, and the destruction that's been caused to people and their homes. The Ukraine army is now coming into this area along with medical services and emergency services. They've recovered some bodies, and while the forensics and the post-mortem teams will carry out their job, but they've taken images. Several of these bodies, according to the Ukraine army, have their hands tied behind them, and they've been shot dead in cold blood in custody. Ukraine government says that this is a war crime and that they will hold Russia accountable for this. And several such bodies are littered on the streets of Bucha as we travel. India Today's team has traveled inside Bucha to get you an assessment of the ground situation nearing day 40 of this battle between Russia and Ukraine. While the Russian forces have retreated from Irpin and Bucha, it's only now that the army, the police, the medical services, the security services, they are entering this area. And this is completely abandoned. Not a soul in sight in this part of Bucha where we are right now. With us is Sasha, and Sasha is a resident of Bucha. Sasha, what happened here?
Так, я весь цей час, поки була війна, я проживала саме в Бучі. У нас є дачний райончик, я проживала це там. Там, де якраз недалеко проходили ці воєнні дії, коли стріляли, і наші, і їхні. Там дуже багато домівок розгромило, дуже багато. І навіть деякі дома згоріли. Це я проживаю там недалеко від Гостомеля. Гостомель взагалі, кажуть, там дуже багато будинків постраждало, дуже багато. Аеропорт також. Нашу мрію вони розгромили. Наша мрія – це наш самоліт, наше достояння українське. Я б сюди прийшла, мені треба просто зв'язь, інтернет. Тут більш ніде нічого не ловить, тільки на цьому місці. Приходиться приходити сюди, дивитися,
The images here are horrifying. This is a residential block and this has been shelled completely, virtually every house shattered, people forced to live outside. Right now the temperature here is -2. It's snowing, it was raining a short while back, but people have nowhere to go. There is no electricity, there is no water, there is no gas. In fact, if you just come around, a few families that remain here, they're cooking their food out in the open, and we'll show you how they're surviving in this extreme cold. It's only now that the agencies have reached here, but this family, as you can see, they've got their pots outside and they're cooking a meal for them outside in the open, and yet the lady has a smile on her face in these difficult circumstances. How are you? Are you okay?
Ні, how are you? Ви мене справді як звати, правильно я розумію? Люба. А ви мене зрозумієте, мою українську?
What are you making? What are you eating? So there's just some chicken and water. They're boiling it together. That's their only meal because none of these houses have any power, nowhere to cook inside, no gas, and this cold. And what is actually heartbreaking in these images, we'll just walk. They live here, they eat here, and they've had nowhere else to go. So bad is the situation that Tatya has just buried her child who was killed in shelling right here. And she broke down as she explained that to me, that the child must be very cold inside. So she made a cup of tea and she's put tea and her child's favorite chocolates on that grave that has been just dug here. And there are other graves that have been dug in this area after the shelling in Bucha. The situation here, extremely heartbreaking. The manner in which these people have survived close to 40 days of an intense Russian attack and Ukraine army's fight back in this area. The burnt infantry combat vehicle, the burnt tanks and cars on this road and several roads around give you an idea of the kind of battles that have been fought in Bucha in the past 40 days. The Russian soldiers may have retreated, but for every inch of territory, there was a fierce battle with thousands of civilians, unfortunately, trapped in the crossfire. Now, this burnt BMP, burnt infantry combat vehicle here, the burnt Lexus there, the burnt Mercedes behind that show how pitched battles were fought inside the streets of Bucha. Burnt homes, an indication that civilians were caught in this deadly, deadly crossfire that took place in this area. Svetlana, what happened here? What happened in Bucha?
Пока все страшно. Пока все страшно. Пока стараемся как-то ожить от того, что здесь происходило. Происходило очень страшное, очень страшное. Даже словами это сложно очень описать. Очень страшно все было. Вы видите, там дома, все разрушено. По жилым домам полностью гатили и градами, и какими-то этими кассетными бомбами. И, в общем, дом у нас разрушен. Полностью все окна, снаряд прилетел в крышу. Вот. Все очень страшно. У соседей тоже в дом попал снаряд. Вот. Поэтому мы надеемся, мы верим, что наши збройні сили нас захистять. Вот. Так что, как-то так. Спасибо вам.
On the outskirts of Kyiv, en route Bucha, several burnt tanks and armored personal carriers show and indicate the kind of battles that have taken place in this area. Not one, not two, but multiple burnt tanks and APCs in this area. A fierce fight has taken place. The turret completely blown off the tank. The wheels completely destroyed. And this is happening not just in one area, but multiple such locations. If you come close, we'll show you. There's another tank here that lies destroyed. There are other tanks that have been completely destroyed in the attacks that have taken place on the outskirts of Bucha. There are several unexploded shells still lying in this area, and this is the first time as we report this that several agencies are on their way. Just look around, government agencies are now on their way to Bucha to provide relief and help to those impacted by these battles. Whether it's the army that was holding ground here or emergency services who are now making their way in an attempt to bring back those who were trapped in the past 40 days of these fierce tank battles that took place in and around Irpin and Bucha on the outskirts of Kyiv in Ukraine. So after more than a month of intense shelling, Galina from Bucha is finally leaving on her cycle. How did you survive for 1 month, Galina?
I will live in a deep... А можно сказать по-русски? Bunker. Yes, we live in a deep bunker, and 3 weeks we sleep like gypsy.
Like gypsy. Did you have food? Did you have water?
A little bit, but we survive. It's okay. Russian people not.
I can understand. She is nervous. I mean, imagine more than 3 weeks living in a bunker. Now she's leaving on a cycle.
It's my cycle.
It's your cycle, and with very bare.
It's my stuff because I leave this apartment and I go now in my house.
So, how scared were you? What was it like when there was like boom, boom, shelling?
Boom, boom near my house, 3 meters.
Emergency vehicles, they're leaving in a rush, and soldiers are leaving this place. So you can imagine what life is like. It's snowing. Yes. It's very cold.
Yes. Too much tank go. BMP, I don't know.
Yes.
Very big.
Yeah. So these were the kind of battles that were fought here. You stay safe, Galina from Bucha. The stench of rotting flesh, burnt bodies. This car, for example, as you can make out, an explosion took place very close by. There are shrapnel marks all over, and the shrapnel has also pierced the windscreen and killed those inside. A family, you can see bodies still inside this car after so many days, devastated, lying on the road. A man, a woman, a child, and there are bodies that are also lying on the roadside. Those who were killed in the shelling in this area, and this place in Bucha perhaps witnessed very bad, very intense fighting and shelling from both sides. Russia trying to move towards Kiev, the Ukrainian army trying to stall the advance, and the battlefield was here in Irpin and in Bucha. But today, finally, when agencies have come here after the Russians retreated towards Belarus and the Ukrainian forces have taken control of this area, it's only now that medical services are arriving here to retrieve these bodies, and there are a number of them lying on the roadside, in front of buildings, in ditches. The Ukrainian army says some of them have their hands tied behind them and they were killed in cold blood. Some others killed in shelling. With cameraman Lalit Mohan Joshi in Bucha, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India. In Irpin, in Bucha, in Kyiv and several other parts of Ukraine, people are now returning to their devastated homes. Their homes were shelled, they were damaged in many instances, buildings caught fire, but people are slowly returning home to once again take control of their lives. The government in Ukraine has said that people need to fill up a form, take pictures of the damage, submit it to the government, and the government will pay for damages and help them rebuild their homes and their lives.
This is what's left of Dmitrivka, a Ukrainian hamlet about 22 miles west of Kiev, after Russian troops advanced and occupied the area. We met business executive Leonid Vereshchagan and his wife here, who for a month sought refuge in a friend's basement. He calls it a living hell. Most of the 300 residents left, but around a third remained, coexisting with the Russians as their tanks patrolled day and night.
But we were with them when they were visiting houses because they were trying to open some cupboards and looking for something, but we were... I have a very brave wife. She was watching them, making clear that they should not take anything.
A few days ago, while the Russians were patrolling the area, Ukrainian troops arrived. When the Russians returned unaware, there was a fierce battle.
On the 30th of March, at around 6 o'clock in the morning, really the hell, that was the hell which started. One side where we were hearing the tanks shooting at us, and from the area of Bucha was a massive mortar shelling.
Vereshchagan and his wife escaped in a car through the woods during a brief break in the fighting. As Reuters correspondents followed the pair through the hamlet, remains of Russian soldiers were seen next to destroyed tanks. Ukraine's Deputy Interior Minister Yevhen Yenin.
Enemy overestimated its potential around the Kiev at least, and we keep going forward, liberating our cities and evacuating our people. Now the first task is to restore public order, to provide supplies of water, food, electricity, communication.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says the rationale behind the invasion, which Moscow calls a special operation, is to denazify the country and to protect Russian speakers living there. Vereshchagan, whose mother tongue is Russian, dismisses Putin's claim, saying that he has never experienced any problems being a Russian-speaking Ukrainian.
Both Russia and Ukraine have repeatedly agreed to a humanitarian corridor to help people be evacuated from Mariupol. But for some reason, this doesn't seem to happen on ground. The level of distrust is so much. The International Committee of the Red Cross, they are trying once again to have a humanitarian corridor, and this serves two purposes. Those who are trapped inside can come out, and food, water, medicines, emergency supplies, they can be taken into the city for those who continue to remain. So is the humanitarian corridor working on ground? Let's get you this report.
Exhausted, fearful but grateful.
This is how refugees from the Ukrainian cities of Mariupol and Melitopol said they felt as they arrived in the central city of Zaporizhia late on Friday. Some of the passengers had to stand throughout the 12-hour journey due to the high number of people trying to escape. 7 humanitarian corridors have been planned for Saturday, including from Mariupol, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk said. Encircled since the early days of Russia's invasion, the port city has been Moscow's main target in the southeastern region of Donbass. Tens of thousands are trapped there with little access to food and water. The International Committee of the Red Cross sent a team on Friday to lead a convoy out of the city, but they turned back, saying conditions made it impossible to proceed. It will be attempted again on Saturday, the Red Cross said. In an early morning video address, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said Russian troops in the north of the country were pulling back, slowly but noticeably. He added Russian troops had moved towards Donbass and the heavily bombarded northeastern city of Kharkiv, saying the situation there remained difficult. Russia has failed to take a major Ukrainian city since it launched the invasion on February the 24th. It has depicted its drawdown of forces near capital Kyiv as a goodwill gesture in peace negotiations. Ukraine and its allies say Russian forces have been forced to regroup after suffering heavy losses. In Chuhuyev, a city in Kharkiv province, Reuters met 2 young women in a hospital, survivors of an attack on a bus that they said was carrying around 20 civilians. Alina Shugarets's legs and hip were injured.
Windows started to shake. Then I saw something that looked like holes. Then bullets started to fly above. Powder, smoke. I was screaming, and my mouth was full of it.
The other woman, who identified herself only as Yulia, said 8 people died in the attack. Russia denies targeting civilians in what President Vladimir Putin calls a special military operation aimed at demilitarizing and denazifying Ukraine. Ukraine and its Western allies call it an unprovoked war of aggression.
From Kyiv, Irpin and Bucha, let me now take you to Mariupol. India Today's Foreign Affairs editor Geeta Mohan is in Mariupol and she's bringing us a series of reports on the situation there. Now, this Donbass region is where the Russian forces want to increase their control and the Ukrainian forces want to dislodge them. Will this be the new battlefield? And what's the situation on ground right now? We bring you this special exclusive report.
We are here on a critical road that connects Donetsk to Mariupol, and if you see on both sides there are those danger signs. What do those signs really mean and what do they say? It means that this entire area is mined. When the Ukrainian forces were leaving, withdrawing, were being pushed back, they mined the entire area to cause damage to the Russian forces. But the Russian forces come with equipments to ensure they know exactly where the mines are. So not only have they put the danger signs, they've also ensured that demining takes place on a regular basis. Now, how do they do that? There is no way of diffusing each and every mine. So they detonate, which means they blow up the mines that are there. This area has been cleared out, although we'll still not go there. But this area has been cleared out. You can see it with the kind of the fact that this entire area shows the signs of having been mined or burnt. So clear signs over here of what the Russian forces now are involved in. Not only ensuring that they continue to maintain control over this very important road, but also ensuring that the road becomes safe. With duty journalist Satya Rautre, Geeta Mohan for India Today. This is Birozyevaya village, which is not so far away from where the Ukrainians have been pushed back, but the artillery fire, bombing and shelling continue. Just half an hour ago, this entire place was attacked, came under attack. This is under Russian control now, but the Ukrainians are trying their best to take control of this entire area. So the area was attacked and the Russian artillery vehicles carrying artillery, moving artillery are also here. They're stranded. We don't know whether they'd be picked up or not, but there is a lot of destruction, massive destruction, not just here, but also on the other side of the land. If you see other vehicles, carriers that are completely destroyed. An attack that took place, both sides fighting for control of this very region. This was under Ukrainian control, now is under Russian control. With video journalist Satya Rautre, Geeta Mohan for India Today.
Millions were displaced by this war in the past 40 days in Ukraine. Close to 4 million people left this country. 3 million went to Poland alone. Several others went to several other European countries. But there are close to 60 lakh people who were displaced internally, and a number of them, a fairly large number, have moved to the west, to Lviv and several other pockets. And this is where the internally displaced persons camps have come up, and they too are literally bursting at the seams. The situation is extremely tense, for the simple reason that even West is now being targeted. The western part of Ukraine is being targeted. There have been some missile strikes, and the apprehensions are that people are living here for some time before they move out to other countries. Of course, there are also a large number of people who are coming back to Ukraine to join the effort to rebuild this country. We bring you this report about the situation at the IDP, or the internally displaced persons camp.
Deep in the mountains in western Ukraine, close to the borders with Slovakia and Hungary, people fleeing war are coming to find peace. This is one of many centers in Uzhgorod for the internally displaced. Olga and her husband are from Kharkiv. They left their city under heavy shelling.
It was terrible when we saw the first planes. I was terrified. I didn't believe it. We packed our things in 5 minutes. It's taken me a long time to recover from the trip here. My soul is aching. It aches for my home. This is my motherland. It was so difficult to leave. Really difficult.
This is their home, or what's left of it. And this is where they sleep now. It's just fine, she tells us. It's safe. And that is all that matters now. Tatiana sleeps next to them with her son. She tells us she's from Luhansk, near the Russian-occupied part, but the city is under Ukrainian control. Her story is about ordeal too.
We were waiting in a small basement, hoping it would end, for almost 3 weeks. We finally left in a humanitarian corridor, which took 4 days to be successful. There weren't even 5 minutes of calm. They bombed us day and night. Our city is almost fully destroyed. I have nowhere to go back to.
Going back, that's what everyone here wants. For now, waiting it out, as far away from the war as they can physically get, without leaving their country. This one of the very few regions of Ukraine that hasn't been attacked.
This hall tells the story of the entirety of this war. People are from Mariupol, from Kharkiv, from Luhansk, from Donetsk, from Mykolaiv, from around the capital Kyiv. Many of them fled under shelling, each with their own stories of hell. And they keep coming.
Registration takes place in the center of Uzhgorod city. Basic supplies, clothes, medicine, toys are handed out. It is now 6 weeks into this war, and officials put the internally displaced in this region at around 250,000 people.
Uzhgorod is crowded. They arrive day and night, but many now don't even reach us as the city is full. So we place them in other areas around the region.
It's also putting a lot of pressure on the city and its residents.
People can still come and stay with their relatives at home. I have family with me too, but all hotels and apartments are full. They are really crowded. We know it's not local people, as we can see the car number plates from all over Ukraine.
Lives on hold, and yet life must continue. Many here tell us they've gotten used to this routine, sharing their space, happy to be safe. But at the same time, everything has changed, and many fear their lives may never be the same again. Stephanie Decker, Al Jazeera, Uzgurud, in the Transcarpathian mountain range.
Efforts are being made to find a peaceful solution, but is that even possible given that forces are now being reorganized and perhaps the battle will now shift towards the south and the east of Ukraine? But even in and around Kiev, no one is letting their guard down. That is all that camera person Lalit Mohan Joshi and I have for you on this special broadcast from Kiev, Ukraine. Many thanks for watching. For all the latest news and updates, stay with us here on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
You are watching
Отойдите! a huge disastrous scene over here. This is a city absolutely dead.
The Ukrainian military truck that was destroyed by our artillery.
Windows broken, shards of glass everywhere. These are unreal times for people of Golgotha. You're seeing new bricks because they're rebuilding. That's how resilient this town has been of Golgotha. I'm atop a T-64 Russian tank, and they are now preparing to roll in to the border areas, the front line.
Hello and welcome to the latest edition of It's Gone Viral. In the next half hour, we will be showing you some of the images and videos that have gone viral last week and created some buzz.
We all have witnessed bizarre food experiences, but this one will definitely surprise you. This astonishing video of a fish opening its mouth when poked by a chopstick has taken the internet by storm. A video of a man packing leftover food at a fancy restaurant has gone viral on social media. The video has over 4 lakh views. The internet loved the act of the Desi dad. Kharkiv shells placed outside damaged remains of a building. The city has experienced relentless shelling. However, the video is inspiring thousands over the world. A video featuring a scuba diver dancing with a shark has gone viral on social media. A well-equipped sea diver can be seen inside the life-size aquarium in this short video. The man is subsequently seen dancing joyfully with the shark while other fish swim by. Finally, the guy is seen swinging and rotating while the shark is held by its fin. Netizens are loving this video. Some people, on the other hand, were concerned about the man's safety. A heartwarming video of the Canadians greeting their new 4-legged family member is melting hearts online.
We're on our way to the International Airport grounds. Got our documents in hand. We're going to get the stamp.
The couple decided to adopt an Indian pariah stray rescued from the streets. The dog literally traveled across the world from India to Canada to reach its forever home.
until we think we'll die, barefoot on a summer night. Nothing new is sweeter than
After months of anticipation and slew of paperwork, Javier Hager and her husband Stephens were finally able to meet the canal.
Hi, Girlie. Hi, Girlie. Let me go home.
The young couple is shown cautiously traveling to the airport to pick up their dog, whom they have named Indy, in an Instagram video. The puppy is seen gently approaching the couple as it comes out of the container.
We'll laugh until we think we'll die, barefoot on a summer night. Nothing new is sweeter than with you.
The internet has been astonished by a video of a man giving a king cobra a cold water bath. While cobras are thought to be dangerous beasts, this man exhibited no fear and went out of his way to help the snake in his own way. And this act has now won the hearts of the netizens. In the viral video, a man can be seen pouring water on the snake's head with a bucket. Surprisingly, the snake appeared to be having a good time in the shower. The Mahi fan base is incomparable. His fans are truly dedicated to him, even if he is not the captain anymore. In the viral video, the Manipal Institute of Technology, Udupi, students are seen sitting in the hostel mess enjoying match 7 of IPL 2022 between Chennai Super Kings and Lucknow Super Giants. Most of the students are heard chanting Dhoni, Dhoni as he arrives at the crease in the 19th over of the CSK innings. The excitement doubled as the former captain hit a 6 off the very first ball over the deep cover boundary. Who doesn't like some extra accessories to make one look perfect? And the snake did not want to be left behind on this. In a recent video shared on Instagram, a snake is seen inside a toilet. The reptile wrapped a tissue roll against its body, as if it were a neck accessory. The netizens can't stop enjoying this video on loop.
The video on your screens is going crazy viral. An owl in United States Montana town was curious about the weather detecting surveillance camera. The clip starts with a view of the lit up night, and then a bird head appears popping up. The curious owl kept trying to look inside the camera lens, and the internet is finding it amusing. Well, social media is not only about posting pictures and videos, but about discussions too. This time, netizens are discussing British national tech company Dyson's air purifying headphones. The unique product, named Zone, is a mix of headphones and a wearable air purifier for the nose and mouth. While on one hand, people are stunned by the technical prospects, others think it is just an uncomfortable-looking, useless product. And then what followed is a series of tweets with memes about Dyson's Zone. A bear on your screen is not an actual one. Under the costume is Telangana's Bhaskar Reddy, a farmer who donned the bear costume to protect his crops. The farmer adopted the unique method to tackle the menace of wild bears and monkeys who damage crops in Siddipet region of Telangana even before they are cut. Reddy and his son take turns in doing the job, and now he's hired another person too. This isn't a player but the manager of a Japanese baseball team getting all the attention online. But why? Usually players make a grand entry, but Tsuyoshi Shinjo, who's known as Big Boss himself, soared high above the field at the Sapporo Dome on a black hoverboard which enthralled the crowd. Shinjo is a former Major League Baseball player himself who made the appearance for his team, Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters, first home game of the season. their solidarity with Ukrainians, Gujarati folk singers organized a fundraiser performance event to help the people of the war-torn nation. In videos doing rounds on the internet, two folk singers, Geetaben Rabari and Sunny Yadav, perform on stage in United States of America. While they are performing, dollar bills are seen raining on them, which in no time inundated the stage. Through the event, the singers were able to raise nearly 2.5 crore rupees, which Geetaben said will help Ukrainians who are fleeing their homeland.
How do you beat the heat when it is 40 degrees with the scorching sun singeing everything over and beyond the horizon? Well, these three otters do have an answer. While one of them is seen enjoying an ice bath, another playfully balances ice cubes on its tummy. Well, the trio seems to be having a great time. Anything for a little respite from the heat wave. Taking a plunge into the dark is always a difficult experience for lesser mortals, but not so much when it comes to adventure sports enthusiasts. In this viral video of insane daredevilry, extreme sports professional Johnny D. Julius is seen being tossed into a cavern as he literally hangs by the rope. D. Julius, a base jumper by profession, has a habit of plunging into the unknown for thrill and a few extra likes. Real Madrid left-back Marcelo is known for mounting a rock-solid defense for the Galacticos in the La Liga. But this video catches the beaming 33-year-old in midst of his proud dad moment. Caught on tape are a turn, a bear hug and a few jumps as proud dad Marcelo celebrates his son's first goal for the Real Madrid youth team. A shock retirement announcement, a 2-month sabbatical, and I'm coming back speech. Later, Tom Brady is back with a bang. Caught on camera practicing free throws and passes, the 7-time Super Bowl champion is once again hogging the limelight. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback, known for his insane pinpoint passes, might be 44, was caught practicing for the upcoming NFL season.
Let's go.
This video of a septuagenarian performing an insane backflip while landing from the swing has turned heads on social media. The man, presumably in his 70s, enjoying a swing ride, startles passerby as he performs a backflip and sticks the landing. With a customary salute, he signs off and strutes back into his daily life. All in a good day's work, one can assume.
After shaving a Donald Trump face into the side of his head, this man has become super famous. While many have shared this footage in awe of this man's love for Trump, some others have mocked him. In the video, a barber can be seen painstakingly completing finishing touches on the man's head. Many even mistook this for a painting because of the level of perfection.
I left my wallet at home. Can I just get a glass of water? Sure, no problem. Is there any chance I could get the sandwich now and come back in like 30 minutes and pay you? Yeah?
Yeah. You like it spicy?
In a video doing the rounds on the internet, a shop owner's kindness was rewarded by this customer. The customer approaches the owner for a glass of water, saying he has no money to pay for it. He then asks if he can get a sandwich and will pay in 30 minutes. The shop owner trustingly agrees. And to thank him for his kindness, the customer then surprises him with $500.
I was giving them $500.
Wow.
This is for you because you're kind and you're amazing.
Cool, is it? Don't worry.
It's yours.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you. Anytime, man. Thank
Love
you so much.
An adorable video of an old man enjoying his 85th birthday has gone viral. Your heart will melt when you see the man's reaction to receiving a piece of cake. A waiter brings up a piece of cake to him with a candle on top while the man is having lunch with his family.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Papa.
He immediately gets overwhelmed and he sobs as his family begins to sing happy birthday.
पहला पहला प्यार है पहली पहली बार है
This reel starring Madhuri Dixit and Siddharth Malhotra is just so perfect. The stars were seen recreating Salman Khan and Madhuri's Hum Aapke Hai Kaun's famous song Pehla Pyar Hai.
पहली पहली बार है जान के भी अनजाना कैसा मेरा यार है
Some people don't need another human as an adventure partner. After all, man's best friend comes with 4 paws. And have a look at this puri canine who was fitted out to take the rough road ahead with its human friend. Jay Bhanashali and Mahivid's daughter Tara has the internet swooning. If the last video of Kacha Badam was not proof enough of talent, here is another video that is winning hearts online.
उसको क्या बोलते हैं? Cartwheel.
A video shared by Tanzania Tourism shows a baby elephant trying to act fearsome. But more than scaring, the baby elephant brings laughs as it waves its trunk around and runs away. We all have seen The Rock in flying cars, smashing villains. But Dwayne Johnson clearly has father's duties as well. And looks like he isn't bad at that job either. Watch him tying his daughter's hair with such concentration.
Have you come across a video or an image that has shocked you but something doesn't feel right about it? Then no need to worry. India Today's Fact Team has got you covered. In our next report, we've busted some lies that are doing the rounds on social media. Take a look.
Недавно Владимиру Путину пришло письмо. Перепишите свои...
A video of Russian President Putin watching Ukrainian President Zelensky's comedy act from the audience has gone viral on social media. The short video clip features a young Zelensky performing on stage. It also shows a smiling Putin seated in the audience. India Today Anti-Fake News War Room found this clip was doctored. 2 separate video clips were stitched together to make it look like Putin was watching Zelensky's performance. Ukraine says Russian troops that occupied the Chernobyl nuclear power plant have now left the site. Reports suggest Russian forces got significant doses of radiation at the highly contaminated site. A video is circulating on social media which shows a forest fire near a plant. India Today Anti-Fake News War Room found that the video is very old and has nothing to do with recent developments.
कलाकारों ने जिस प्रकार से अब भारत विरोधी स्वर ही यानी अब भाजपा का नहीं बल्कि भारत विरोधी स्वर ही उठाना शुरू किया है, दुर्भाग्य से उस स्वर के साथ शाहरुख खान.
A video of Yogi Adityanath has surfaced showing the Chief Minister urging people to boycott Shah Rukh Khan's upcoming film Pathaan.
इस प्रकार की हरकतें उनके द्वारा हुई है.
In the short video clip, Chief Minister Yogi can be heard slamming the Bollywood star in Hindi.
दुर्भाग्य से उस स्वर के साथ शाहरुख खान जैसे लोगों के भी स्वर मिले हैं.
But India Today Anti-Fake News War Room found the claim alongside the video to be misleading. The video is about 7 years old and has nothing to do with Khan's upcoming movie. 6 women and 2 children were burnt to death during the violence that took place at Rampur Hat in West Bengal's Birbhum district on February 22nd. A video showing a group of women and children lying on the ground with burn marks is doing the rounds, claiming it was Birbhum. India Today Anti-Fake News War Room found that the video was from a fire incident that took place in Odisha in 2020 and not from Birbhum. A set of 4 images of crashed fighter jets went viral on social media with shocking claims that 3 Pakistani fighter jets were allegedly destroyed in the single night in different regions by Indian and Iranian air forces. India Today Anti-Fake News War Room found this claim to be totally false. The images shared were old ones and have nothing to do with India or Iran.
The war between Russia and Ukraine has brought back focus on the world's arms trade. Data from Stockholm International Peace Research Institute reveals who dominates the world's arms trade and which countries are their biggest clients. United States, Russia, France, Germany and China are the major arms exporters, accounting for nearly 78% of arms deals around the world. The United States is the world's #1 exporter with a share of 39%. From 2012 to 2016 to 2017 to 2021, the United States' share in the arms trade grew by 7%. And who is on the receiving end? Saudi Arabia. Second biggest arms exporter in the world is Russia. In conflict with Ukraine right now, it accounts for 19% of the world's arms exports. India is its top client, making up 28% of its arms sales. After India, China buys most of Russian arms that is for sale. India imports heavily from Russia. The MiG-29K fighters are deck-based fighters of Russian origin. The Talwar-class frigates are also supplied and built by Russia. The old T-55 tanks, which are used on the line of control, are also of Russian origin. And T-90 tanks of Russian origin are built just outside Chennai. The OSA surface-to-air missile systems is in service with the Indian Army. The BrahMos cruise missile is an Indo-Russian joint venture where the technology is from Russia.
You are watching
A huge disastrous scene over here. This is a city absolutely dead.
The Ukrainian military truck that was destroyed by our artillery.
Windows broken, shards of glass everywhere. These are unreal times for people of Golgotha. You're seeing new bricks because they're rebuilding. That's how resilient this town has been of Golgotha. I'm atop a T-64 Russian tank, and they are now preparing to roll in to the border areas, the front line.
Oh, sorry.
Now, the move to dissolve the National Assembly might have saved Imran Khan's government momentarily, but really has further damaged the prospects, and it's really fractured this democratic system in Pakistan, which already was. Here's what that transpired over the day.
Solidly held there. Oh, that's a big shot. Oh, he's bowled him.
One of Pakistan's greatest all-rounders of all time. A bowler par excellence who was considered unplayable when ball tampering was legal in the 80s.
And the first wicket down, Imran Khan, the great Pakistan all-rounder.
30 years after he retired from the cricket pitch, Imran Khan Niazi has demonstrated that his talents for tampering to swing things in his favour have lost none of their potency. He may be beaming now, exuding the delight of one who has pulled the rug from under Shehbaz Sharif and Bilawal Bhutto, who led an opposition army to cast Imran unceremoniously out of office. But Imran has landed his country in a constitutional crisis. For one thing, Imran Khan appears to have made a move that flies against the mood in the all-powerful Pakistan army. Averting his ouster just a day after Pakistan's army chief obliquely criticized Imran's four-in-hand conspiracy theories.
वो ये कहते हैं कि हमें और एक बहाना मारते हैं कि हमें क्यों गुस्सा पाकिस्तान पे, लेकिन कहते हैं कि वो गुस्सा तब बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएगा, हम माफ कर देंगे पाकिस्तान को अगर इमरान खान ये अदम एतमाद की ये हार जाता है, यानी अगर इमरान खान चला जाता है तो पाकिस्तान को माफ कर देते हैं.
We share a long history of excellent and strategic relationship with the United States, which remains our largest export market. We seek to broaden and expand our ties with both countries without impacting our relations with the other.
आर्टिकल 5 जो है उसकी क्लॉज 1 तो पड़ी.
By blocking a constitutionally moved no trust vote against him, Imran has also confirmed to the Pakistani people that the numbers were indeed stacked against him and therefore severely damaged the democratic process at a time when Pakistan is battling to repair an irreparable international reputation. The opposition may be pushing things when it cites a looming civil war, but as caretaker Prime Minister on the back foot, Imran Khan still faces unrest and opposition even from his own party and government. A possible revolt within was triggered shortly after the National Assembly drama, with Imran's Attorney General and Deputy, the two top Pakistani legal officers, resigning.
आर्टिकल 6 लगेगा. आर्टिकल 6 किस के ऊपर? स्पीकर के ऊपर भी और इमरान खान के ऊपर.
Imran Khan famously lost his cap and nerve facing a bouncer playing for Sussex in 1981, a sporting assault that galvanized him to bounce back and demolish the rival Middlesex team on the final day of that famous county test.
That has gone miles. It is a huge 6.
41 years later, it's Imran who has delivered the bouncer. And it remains to be seen if Pakistan can put him in his place. Bureau Report, India Today.
It indeed has been a dramatic Sunday in Pakistan. India Today has been constantly shedding the limelight on Imran Khan and his plight, his future as a Prime Minister of Pakistan. I'm Nabila Jamal. I have with me some of our panelists here to give us some perspectives on what's going to happen, likely scenarios in Pakistan as the situation has now reached the Supreme Court. Fareed Malik, PTI ideologue, joining us. Kamar Shima, who's a political analyst, along with Abdul Samad Yaqoob, who's the leader of the PTI, giving us an understanding on what next. Let me start with the leader of the PTI itself, Abdul Samad Yaqoob. Here you have your government on the brink of exit at a time, just at the nick of time, when you had to face the no confidence motion. Imran Khan, it appears, had his way via the speaker, with the speaker calling this a foreign conspiracy without initiating an investigation and dismissing the assembly, asking for a re-election. The matter is now in Supreme Court. How do you see all the allegations saying that maybe Imran Khan has managed to align the speaker on what he wanted?
No, well, at several times and at several forums, I have reiterated that whatever will be done, whatever we held in the parliament will be under the constitutional framework. And what we believe is that this move is purely a constitutional move. But since the Supreme Court has taken the suo motu action and finally the ultimate fate of this move will be decided, the ultimate fate of the ruling will be decided by the Supreme Court. So let's wait for the Supreme Court verdict. If it comes in the favor of the ruling, then
quite naturally there is no choice left but to wait for the Supreme Court, because that's the apex court, the final word. But why did you have to go to the end of this no confidence motion and then back out? Initially, there was a request for a re-election, which your party denied to do. You all wanted to face the no-confidence motion, and when you had it in your hands to face it, you all took a complete U-turn. It seems like there are allegations that Imran Khan is trying to use every backdoor power to come back to position.
No, it's not in that way which you perceive, but the fact of the matter is that it is, you can consider it or you can call it a smart move. A smart political move, which Prime Minister has mentioned that he will surprise the opposition, and that was the surprise. I mean, which we believe that it is under the constitutional framework. So sometimes you have to take such smart moves.
All right, so you call this a smart move without having the numbers, the required numbers. That's what the opposition has been crying so long, that without the numbers, how is it possible that Imran gets to stay in power? He should not be in power. This is not right. This clearly is not the mandate of the people of Pakistan. In fact, Kamar Shima will give us an understanding on that. Kamar, the PTI calls a smart political move. And why not? If the Constitution gives them the option, why not take the option? It's a final straw. They're going to try to pull all strings to stay in power.
Well, I think as far as if the PT calls this a smart move, let the judiciary decide it, because the important thing is that it was to be decided by the parliament. Unfortunately, the immature political leadership in Pakistan, they have decided it that the matters to be decided by the judiciary. So in the past, because of the immaturity of the political elite, the military used to intervene, and now the politicians have sent their matters to the Supreme Court or to the judiciary to interpret what decisions they are taking, whether they are of value or not. Since the Supreme Court Chief Justice, he has gone for suo motu notice. It means that this is a matter of public interest according to Article 84 of the Constitution of Pakistan. This is no more a government's own decision. So the Chief Justice of Pakistan, since he took office, I think since few weeks, I think this would be his first suo motu notice, and that would be by the sitting government. So the Chief Justice of Pakistan is calling the full court, and the full court will look at this decision of the ruling party from the lens that whether they have flouted the canon of Constitution or they are obeying the Constitution, and whatever the decision which have been taken by the president to dissolve the assembly, do they really believe this is the right decision? I think all eyes are on Supreme Court. This is Sunday.
Undoubtedly. But Kanwar, I want you to give us an understanding on how the Speaker's decision violates the Constitution, or does it violate the Constitution at all? These are fingers pointed by the opposition, but what does your Constitution say? Where has the Speaker erred, if at all? Does the opposition have a case or merit in court before the Chief Justice?
Well, obviously, once the no confidence motions comes in the parliament, they have a right to stop it at that place. But once the motion has been accepted by the speaker, then it has to reach to its final logical conclusion. The final conclusion would have been the voting on the no confidence motion, not that at the day of the voting, you call that as a foreign global conspiracy against you, and we cannot allow that the government will not let this voting to happen.
All right.
And then at the end of the day,
this is going against the pattern, against the norm, which is why you believe that there is a case in court. Farid Malik, who's joining us as well. Mr. Malik, here you have Imran Khan, who's really pushed to the brink of being dethroned. At a time like this, instead of introspecting maybe, he points fingers at foreign bodies for conspiracy, accusing that there is a foreign conspiracy which is trying to push me out of power, and therefore I will not allow this to happen. And then you have the speaker almost shocking your entire house by not allowing for a no confidence motion and coming down to dissolving the assembly entirely. This was an act that is against the Constitution, is what the opposition says. But do you also agree with our PTI leader, who says that this is only a smart move and you're well within your right to do so?
First of all, I'd like to clarify one or two points that you have raised. You have talked about the mandate. PTI had a mandate for 5 years. An assembly is elected for a term of 5 years.
You have not completed 5 years. Yeah.
There was absolutely no logical, there's no logical point in this no-confidence motion. This no-confidence motion has been moved by very desperate people who are fraud, money launderers, who are facing trials. Shahbaz Sharif, who was supposed to become the Prime Minister, is facing serious money laundering charges in the court in Lahore. So these are very desperate PMLN, corrupt to the core politicians. Imran Khan brings ethics and morality to the political scenario of Pakistan. The assemblies in Pakistan have been irrelevant since 1977. They have done nothing for the people of Pakistan. They are thugs, thieves, corrupt people who are in those assemblies. There are 21 clauses in our constitution about fundamental human rights. Not one of them has ever been discussed, debated, or implemented in the country. So Imran Khan brings ethics and morality to politics. He had a clear mandate of 5 years. And also, I like to bring to your notice, India has not faced this kind of foreign intervention. Pakistan has repeatedly suffered from this kind of foreign intervention since 1958, when Ayub Khan, the first dictator, went to America and then took control of the country.
Right.
We have been repeatedly abused by external forces. Now there are external forces at work in Pakistan. They're desperate politicians who are facing serious charges of money laundering.
What's the logic behind this allegation that external forces are trying to arm twist Imran Khan and push him out of power? Why do you think someone's doing that? What's the real intention?
India has never experienced that. The foreign forces are not used to an independent foreign policy in Pakistan. It has never happened. Every time there has been an attempt for an independent foreign policy in Pakistan, Liaquat Ali Khan, the first Prime Minister, was murdered. Zulfikar Ali Bhutto tried, he was hanged. Imran Khan's life is also in danger because the independent foreign policy of Pakistan is unacceptable. See, especially after the withdrawal of American forces from Afghanistan, I think it's become very critical. Pakistan has suffered a lot because of fighting other people's battles. The rulers that have been here, they have worked against national interest. They have built their own empires.
Okay.
They have built their own businesses
but it's still very unsettling to believe a theory like that, a foreign conspiracy, because this is the fag end of Imran Khan's tenure. You know,
no,
what difference could it make?
In India, you have never experienced that. In Pakistan, this has repeatedly happened.
All right, I'll take your word for that. Let me, maybe Sadia Khan will defend that better. Sadia Khan, who's a leader of the PMLN, joining us as well. Sadia, here is a theory of foreign conspiracy that you may be in cahoots with the foreign body to try and dethrone Imran Khan. These are allegations made against you as the united opposition. How would you look at this scenario unfold, as just a few hours earlier what we saw in the parliament was an absolute surprise?
Well, Imran Khan have pushed situation towards a serious political crisis, which was not expected at all. Anyways, you can see he was in search of some safe exit and he did the same thing, right? He was unable to face consequences when he lost his majority in parliament. He could not stand while losing his main members from parliament and dethroned from chair of prime minister. So only option he left probably was that he should make this excuse of that lettergate and dissolve assemblies. Unfortunately, whenever you see Imran Khan's speeches, he always speaks about that none of the government have completed its term in Pakistan. Like in previous regimes, PMLN completed its term, PPP completed its term, but now it's himself, Imran Khan, who have dissolved assemblies, and he's going to leave parliament as the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He could not face what's happening according to Constitution of Pakistan. He just make a lame excuse and taking this letter gate over his head. And
no, what is this letter? Why have you not demanded to see this letter? What is this letter? What are the contents of this letter? Who is the recipient of it?
Officially, there is no representation of that letter. And earlier he have shown the letter in his rally, and before that you can see that there was
Farid Malik, where is this letter? Is this letter just a prop used in the narrative?
In America have denied this. He took name of America, and America has denied this any conspiracy against democracy in Pakistan.
Invited to have a look at the letter. They refused to attend that in-camera session.
Well,
this is the ground reality. They were invited.
Sadia, you were invited, you refused to attend, and you did not want to see the letter.
These were only excuses by Imran Khan and his team.
Is it true that you did not want to see the contents of the letter?
Democracy. These were only excuses by him and his team just to derail the process of
but did you get to see the letter? Aren't you inquisitive? What's in that letter?
Opposition was moving according to constitution. Everything was going to happen according to constitution and legislation business. There was nothing out of constitution. But it is unfortunate that they have used Deputy Speaker of National Assembly, because opposition have shown their doubts about Speaker National Assembly, and they were going to move for no confidence movement against Speaker as well. So Deputy Speaker came forward, and he have used the power of his seat and dissolved assemblies. That's very unfortunate.
All right, you know what, Farid Malik, as much as we say that this is a foreign conspiracy, or the united opposition is just, maybe aligned with this this conspiracy and try to dethrone Imran Khan.
And they're also trying to save their neck. They're also trying to save their neck because Shehbaz Sharif is going to face a serious criminal charge tomorrow in the court in Lahore for money laundering. He is in
you have the
serious
same
trouble.
allegations against you. You have the same allegations against you. Imran Khan has allegations of foreign funds being mishandled.
Those are party funds. Those are party funds. That's a different situation.
Party funds from foreign accounts, yeah?
So, those are party funds. All political parties get foreign funding. That's totally a separate case. Nothing to do with personal funds.
Well, why they were
Shehbaz Sharif
adjourning their case
being
again
accused of money laundering.
During all this period of 4.5 years, there was none of the positive response came from Imran Khan and his team about this case. And the case was totally adjourned again and again in all hearings.
All right, but these are allegations even you face, Farid Malik. Imran Khan faces misappropriation of foreign funds. Those are allegations that are made, and there are serious allegations which you have refused to face. You don't.
No, not at all.
You do not want to face trial. You all have been postponing this matter.
Those are party funds. The
Okay,
election
but you
commission
could say it, but
party funding. Here, there are personal accounts.
Face it legally, then prove it wrong, face it legally. But anyway, that's a different debate altogether. But for now, if you see the numbers itself, Farid Malik, the numbers are stacked against you entirely. Out of the 342-member Assembly of Pakistan, you barely have 140 in your support.
Please, this has happened so many times. As I told you, the Parliament of Pakistan has been irrelevant since 1977. This has happened so many times that when the actual counting is done, the numbers are different.
Really?
People show their faces.
Maybe Kabar Chiba can give us an understanding. Kabar, Farid Malik calls this a regular affair. This happens so often. Is it really a joke? Does that happen so often? Why does it happen? Kabar Chiba, is it different this time with Imran Khan that a few of his allies, including MQM, have moved and now join hands with the united opposition, or is this a regular affair as claimed by Farid Malik, that this happens so often but never culminates in the actual numbers?
I'm not talking about
when you actually vote, it does not culminate in numbers. But Farid Malik, let me remind you that there was a mock drill that happened by the opposition just an hour ago in your parliament, where they carried out the no confidence motion and managed to announce Sharif as your next Prime Minister. The PTI had lost out on numbers.
You have to understand that most of the parliament members are unscrupulous people. There are cases against them.
Whether or not the numbers are stacked against you.
And once those files are opened, then their Zamir gets up and they vote as they are told to vote. As I've been telling you repeatedly, that the Assembly, the Parliament of Pakistan has been irrelevant since 1977. There are thugs, thieves, goons. They are in India also, but here they are in majority. Imran Khan brings ethics and morality to our
Don't trigger me on that. Let's keep India aside. And as much as this is your internal matter,
of course, there are
as much as this is your internal matter, clearly it is a world interest. Let me cut across to Kamar Chima. Kamar, is this a regular affair that your own allies would support the opposition, but when it actually comes to voting?
No, please. What I'm saying is, when it comes to voting, when the numbers are counted, they are never the same as they show during the session.
Okay,
so numbers of,
take that away. Kabar Chima, take that away. No, take Farid Malik's response. I'm not going to ask you a question. You can respond to what he's saying. Is this a regular affair?
Well, I think first of all, let me tell you one thing. The political parties and the politicians, when they come in the parliament, they do not take parliament very seriously. And they believe their own political cult, and they believe that they are the powerful people, and all these people who have been elected with them, they have been elected because of them. So they do not respect the elected representatives. And same happened with the Imran Khan, with the previous governments as well. Now, as far as this move is concerned, that Imran Khan's coalition partners left him, this was because Imran Khan couldn't give him what they wanted. Imran Khan didn't have sufficient economic funds for the constituency development, and Imran Khan's party was in a very bad position 4 or 5 weeks ago, because there was inflation, there was economic mismanagement, it was the bad governance, there were so many challenges. So they thought that we should go with the opposition and do the seat adjustment for the next elections. So that is why majority of his own parliamentarians left him, and the coalition partners also left, because they saw a new wave, and the new wave was going with the opposition. So unfortunately, Imran Khan couldn't hold his own numbers. Imran Khan couldn't hold his own parliamentarians. So he's calling this an international conspiracy, that the Americans are involved behind that. But in reality, he lost the numbers. He should have the numbers. And remember, for the more than 3.5 years of the time he was ruling, he was being supported by the unelected offices. And that is why he was being called as the selected Prime Minister.
Got it. So now, a quick word. I'll take that to Sadia Khan. Sadia, your party has been constantly asking for a re-election, saying that Imran Khan does not have the numbers, and you will carry out a clean sweep. That's the opposition's words. Why not go with it? You have it in your hand.
Yes,
the assembly is dissolved. Why not go with a re-election? What's the point in fighting in court now?
Well, there is no point of fighting against early elections in court now. We are just going to fight against the decision Imran Khan made. And that was totally anti-constitutional. And the way he dissolved assemblies, like, because we were eager that we have to go for a re-election, but still we want to that Pakistan should be towards a stable political scenario. Then things could have stable in a better way, and we have to go for early elections. But no, actually Imran Khan wants a safe side. He have just saved his face. That's what they wanted. Because he was expecting that if he will be sitting in opposition, there will be same cases against him like he have been doing in past with the opposition, that involving them in fake cases and accusing them for corruption and other things. The PMLN leadership was already facing some cases in courts, and they never denied to that reality. They were jailed, they were under detention, they were banned, but still they are fighting for their rights. They were fighting for population of Pakistan. They were fighting for masses of Pakistan. It was not because of that everybody have to go for their own seats. We were fighting for Pakistani people of Pakistan. We took stand for them. It was not for saving our seats and taking.
You say that the people of Pakistan are not with the PTI. That's your claim. But Abdul Samad Yaqub,
that election after election can be a solution. This is not.
All right, Abdul Samad Yaqub, a quick word as I come to an end here. Do you really have the people's mandate? You don't have the numbers in the assembly, and already in that mock drill that the opposition carried out, you embarrassingly lost, except that it's not legally upheld. But the fact that that happened by the opposition carried out a no confidence motion right after the speaker left itself shows that they have their numbers, they know what they're speaking of.
I would like to ask Sadia, does she have some audacity to condemn the way that they have managed the number, the way they have bribed them over disgruntled members? I mean, will she show some audacity to condemn those? Pardon, I couldn't hear your question. I just wanted to ask Sadia.
You have the people's mandate. People of Pakistan are with you is what Imran Khan says, but where are your allies?
The matter of the allies is different than those individuals over party members, MNAs who got bribed and who sold their loyalty to the other parties. I mean, what the political crisis was actually born when they were sold. I mean, when there was a money openly, there was a trade. जब इस तरह की मंडियां लगेंगी तो फिर यही होगा, political crisis को जन्म देगा.
Okay. All right, Abdul Samad, thank you very much. You know, Sadia Khan, I'm not going to take your response on that. I've heard what all of you have to say. Really appreciate your time. Farid Malik, thank you for joining us and giving us your understanding. And of course, Omar Chima on that as well. Well, Pakistan and the political crisis continues, almost like a constitutional crisis that's erupted in the country of Pakistan. The matter has now reached the Supreme Court. How soon will the verdict come about? How soon will the political situation settle? Will Imran Khan continue as the Prime Minister or not? India Today continues to keep the spotlight. Thank you for watching.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. 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 You are watching.
Oh, sorry.
मैं सोचा था कि एक चाट कॉर्नर खोला जाए। रिटायर्ड लाइफ ऐसी होती है, स्लो और लंबी, लग जाएगी आदत। कितना वॉक करूं, कितना टीवी देखूं, 6 हफ्ते हो गए, अभी तक कुसुम की चोरी पकड़ी नहीं गई है।
जी, वो जुम्बा क्लास का क्या हुआ? कितनी बार बोला है कोई ढंग का ड्राइविंग कोर्स कर लो, योगा स्टार्ट कर लो।
द ग्रेट डेन, इतना बीबा बीगल, प्रेस्टीज वाला काम है डॉग वॉकिंग। ऐसा वैसा मत समझियो। मेरी भतीजी, उसकी फ्रेंड के यहाँ पर सत्संग है, एक सॉलिड कुक चाहिए।
पता है, कुकिंग इज एन आर्ट।
शर्मा जी नमकीन बाकी सारे।
उसे लगा कि सुंदरकांड का पार्ट, किटी पार्टी चल रही थी वहाँ, किटी। सरदार तू एक बार मेरे हाथ लग गया ना तो देख।
Guys, welcome to India today. Thank you. I watched Sharmaji Namkeen, and I think very rarely do we have films where moments before the film and moments after the film stay with you. I'm talking about Ranbir's personal note, which I think sort of sets the tone for the film, and it's so personal, it's so poignant, and the end credits, which I think definitely raise a chuckle. And Hitesh, I remember we spoke about you and Rishi Ji's crazy chemistry on set. We get a glimpse of that and more.
And that's exactly how he is. Do you see him in the end credits? That's how he is. You know, he is constantly bullying people. And I remember me and Hitesh were having this conversation also. If as a first-time director, if you get bullied very soon, then you've had it. But if you have a say and you give it back to him, then he understands that this director knows his work. But that's his way. He tests people. You know, he tests directors. Acha, agar main usko force karunga, does he have an original point of view, or is he just going to agree to what I say? And I think he very masterfully found his way.
Ranbir, I want to talk to you a bit about your opening. It's almost a personal letter. It doesn't seem like, you know, you're sitting in front of a camera. It feels like you're directly talking to the audience. You say that, you know, there was that option of doing prosthetics. There was that conversation that maybe we could shoot it in this way because it's a challenge. This hasn't happened before in terms of an actor playing two different characters, the same character, I mean. What was going through your mind at that point in time when that option was being discussed?
You know, I mean, it all begins with like knowing, you know, going through that journey with my father, with his ailment, and you know what transpired at that time, and how passionate he was about this film, how guilty he was, even though that, you know, he was suffering in New York during his treatment, that yaar ye film complete ho jaye, because he always had empathy towards a producer, you know, that somebody has put in their money, somebody has entrusted me with a film and character, and I hope, you know, that this film completes. And you know, I have so much of respect for Ritesh that even after whatever happened, you know, he still wanted to present to the world his last film. He didn't lose hope. You know, Ritesh Sidhwani is a very big producer in the film industry, and he could have taken a hit of shelving this film and, you know, and just letting go. But you know, I'm very grateful that, you know, he completed my father's last work. I remember when I came back from the shooting schedule, we sat together, we discussed how will we take this forward. I sent him some pictures of mine. They sent it abroad to some CG, some special effect people, you know, if they could, if I could just act as me and they could do some CG where I look like my father, do a little prosthetics, but nothing was really working out. And that's when, you know, they had this great idea of casting Paresh Rawalji, who's such a fine actor, and I have so much of love and respect to give to him to step in to complete this film, to pay a tribute to an actor that's my father, and he's done it in such a beautiful way that I would have never been able to do it in the same way. So I think everything just turned out to be, it just turned out well for this film. Speaking about that video, I'm getting a lot of love for it. I don't know why. I guess people are connecting with the fact that my father's last film, and his son is talking about it. But that is the truth. That whatever we're speaking in that video was giving an audience a perspective that there are two characters playing this. It's never happened before, and so just kind of preparing them before they start watching this film. But having said that, let me tell you that once you start watching, you've seen this film,
yes.
And when you see it, you forget in the first 5 minutes that they're two different characters, and that's really the power of great storytelling, of great acting, and again, a lot of marks goes to the director who's really pulled this off.
What stays with you after the film is that smile on your face, just to watch Rishi again in his element, because he doesn't feel like he's playing a character. His love for food, everybody knows that. His sarcasm, his wit, his humor, we all have seen that on social media and offline. His way with the ladies, those kitty party scenes and him flirting, all of that feels like this is true blue Rishi Kapoor.
It's a true shade of him,
There's a scene in the film where it's a very sweet scene where he asks his kid, have you eaten, when he comes back late in the night. These small moments where you get to see shades of him being that father, worrying about his children. Ranbir, I want to jog you back a little bit in time and take you to Savaria. How was he as a critic? I mean, obviously, what was his reaction when he saw you first on screen?
He was a very harsh critic of mine. Like, he never ever appreciated me on my face. I don't think he understood my choices. Like, he was always worried that he kar kya raha hai. I remember on the 7th or 8th day of the shoot of Savaria, he came on set, and you must be knowing the sets of Savaria. There were such large, daunting sets, and Mr. Bhansali was the director, and he took me to a corner. This is my 7th or 8th day of shoot, so I'm also like really nervous, and my father's taking me into a corner. And suddenly he asked me a few questions. He said, "Ki ye itna andhera kyun hai?" I said, "Papa, it's a story of nights." He said, "Acha, itna bada set hai, lekin log kahan hai?" I said, "No, Mr. Bhansali is trying to do a different style. There's just two of us walking alone on the streets." He's saying, "Bridge itna low kyun aur aap aise jhuk ke kyun jate ho board se?" So he asked me all these questions, and I'm wondering why is he asking me all these questions. And then after 5 minutes, he took my mother to a corner and said, "Mujhe nahi lagta ye picture chalne wali hai." He said, "You cannot alienate people of place and time." And so he had that instinct. But having said that, my father has never sat me down and given me tips on acting. Or he's told me, you have to behave this way. He always told me that don't take success to your head and failure to your heart. You have to work very hard. So I've imbibed the qualities of chasing the process, of being good at your work, being disciplined, and all of that. But he was very harsh. I remember even when he saw Barfi for the first time, he called me, and I'm always nervous when my father calls me after a film, and he said, "Haan, tu acting to achhi kar leta hai, but don't do arty films next time." When he saw Rockstar, he called me and said, "Wo end mein wo ladki mar gayi thi ki wapas aa gayi?" So he was a very he was like the mass, that was his thing. Okay, what is this film trying to tell me? Of course, when Sanju released, he was very proud that the film did well. He was very proud of my work, and I think that sense of acknowledgement from him means the world to me. Because being such a harsh critic of mine, when he finally liked something, it means something to you. And I will never ever forget it. In my phone, the wallpaper on my phone is a picture of that he sent me when he was traveling back from Mauritius. He was having a drink on the flight, and he did a cheers to me and said that I'm very proud of you. And so moments like that, really matter.
He was always fond of the camera, always wanting to do something, never wanting to just not be doing anything. I know how much, offers did come to him, Ranbir, right? Left, right and center, till this film and then beyond. Did he ever discuss the stuff that came his way with you?
Yeah, he was always, whenever he had a narration or, he heard something, the entire night we spent just talking about it, you know, because of his excitement, because of what he feels this story has potential to do. I remember when the first time he heard Sharma Ji Namkeen, like he was always so grateful that even at this age and this stage in his career, he was getting a film where he was headlining the film, you know. He understood that, you know, he is probably in a phase in his life where he has to play more character-driven films, where, you know, he is not the main lead of a film, but to get a main lead, that really used to excite him so much. And I used to see that gratefulness in him also, that, you know, that I'm getting this opportunity and I'm going to recognize this and, you know, do it to the best of my capability. But like a child, you know, like, I mean, I feel like such a jaded person, you know, when I used to see him, when he used to get excited to play a part, like I'm not even like 10% of it, you know, and that's why he has that body of work, you know. That's why he's such a passionate man. He is who he is, you know. He's not going to be different on this interview and different with Hitesh on set, you know. He's exactly the way he is. He's a passionate actor. He's also a selfish actor. I remember Shakun once telling me during Kapoor and Sons, after the screening, he used to take Shakun in the corner and said, "Uska scene kyun dala? Wo kaat, wo boring hai. Mera wo scene wapas dal de." You know. So, you know, at that stage in his life, he was still doing that. You know, that just shows, you know, it kind of reflects who he is as a person. You know, really inspiring.
Very rarely have we seen Rishi ji on a set in his element in action. I think it's the first time this has been captured on celluloid. Ranveer.
Yeah, also Ritesh was telling me a story on Zoya's film and he gave him a call time.
So, you know, I think he's a bully, but he's to be somebody who was only coming with his heart. It was all love.
Right.
Okay? And I don't think, even in this, or maybe in other movies, he's been the same, but you haven't seen the outtakes of those movies. But he has always been. I remember, like, Luck by Chance, I was thinking it was the first or second day of shoot. And obviously, you know, Zoya's first movie, and they were getting to it, and she knew Rishi Uncle from as a kid. And I think one of the ADs went and gave him a call sheet. And it was written that on set by 9 a.m. means makeup and all before, but on set at 9 a.m. to do a blocking.
Right.
So he didn't talk to them. He had a different relationship. There used to be, that was, you know, like your first, second movie. So you're on set. So he called me. He said, "Listen, तुम्हारे AD ने मुझे बोला है, इनको जाके समझा दो अपने डायरेक्टर को कि मेरे घर पे जो दूध वाला है वो 9 बजे." So after he come, पहले मैं अपना चाय पीऊंगा, then I'll get ready and then I'll come. So this 9 o'clock don't give me. And he went and told Zoya, and it was just funny. But the next day he was on set at 9 a.m. So he is like that.
Hitesh, that whole Tom and Jerry chemistry between you and him, was it daunting also to know that he's in the frame and you're literally calling the shots with Rishi Kapoor and you have to cut this scene the way you want to? How was that experience?
So there were just too many stories I had already heard from a lot of people, from a lot of, you know, people in the industry and Excel and this thing, कि अरे ऐसा होगा वैसा होगा ये वो. So I was already a little on the back foot कि पता नहीं क्या होगा ये वो. And first 2-3 days were really hard, like, you know, कि ये नहीं ऐसे नहीं वैसे नहीं ये वो, and I just didn't know how to get my way around. Then one incident happened between, you know, two of us, where he just flat out refused to do something. And now there is no argument, there is no debate. So how do I convince an actor? Like, मैं नहीं करूँगा. So sir, मैंने इसका क्या मतलब है मैं नहीं करूँगा? मैंने ये करना है, ये स्क्रिप्ट में है. Why would you not do it? It's like, no, don't talk to me about this again. So then I said, okay, let's not read the scene. I'm going. So I just left the vanity. तो पीछे से then his makeup man came running in, कि सर अंदर बुला रहे. तो मुझे लगा now he's gonna call Ritesh कि change करो director. इसको हटाओ. I don't want him. And then I went inside and he's screaming at me, "I will do everything that you want. Stop blackmailing me. I will do it. I'll do it." And I couldn't stop laughing. मैंने कहा अभी तो आप बोल रहे थे मैं नहीं करूँगा. He's like, "I will do it. Just shut up. Don't talk to me like this." मैंने कहा मैंने तो कुछ बोला ही नहीं. And then within that, you know, this thing incident, I don't know how, somehow we started talking about food. कि lunch में क्या खाना है? He's like, हाँ chicken बिरयानी खाते हैं. नहीं यहाँ से ये वाला कुछ मंगाते हैं. And that was it. Then I understood, you know, he was never angry, you know, he was just, I don't even think he was ever bullying. He just had a certain way.
Absolutely.
And once he likes you, I think that's a rite of passage.
Yeah.
Once he likes you, then it's just then there was just no turning back, you know. Then we had a great relationship, and also he was having a lot of fun on the sets. He just loved the script so much, he just loved the characters so much. You know, he was almost every time, even after we have cut a scene, he won't go to the vanity, he'll sit there, he'll just chill with us or talk to us and all that. So I think it was just too fabulous.
All these stories that you've shared with us, Sharma Ji Namkeen couldn't have been a better film than Sharma Ji Namkeen, I think, to not just pay tribute to Rishiji, but to enjoy his work, to sort of live through the film and realize that he's never gone away for any of us. He'll always be around, and there is it's so contagious. The scenes in the film, especially the humor, the end credits, I think are fantastic. We really get to sort of see that side of it, which we haven't. On that note, thank you so much for speaking to India today, and this is truly a special moment for all of us.
बात है तो आपके हाथ में खाने वाले की नब्ज पकड़ लेते आप।
जैसे आजकल ना अलग अलग गोलियां आ गई हैं मार्केट में।
सब दोस्त हैं मेरे।
लड़का लड़की कभी दोस्त नहीं होते शर्मे।
टाई शाई लगा के कहाँ से आ रहे हो आप?
एनजीओ गया और फोन तो साइलेंट पे था।
बज गया। पापा आपने मुझसे झूठ बोला।
नहीं रिंकू ऐसा नहीं है जैसे तू समझ रहा है।
पापा तो कैसा है यार? हम एक सोसाइटी में रहते हैं, आपको फर्क नहीं पड़ता, मुझे पड़ता है। हर चीज आपके हिसाब से नहीं होगी यार।
मैं जैसा हूँ वैसा हूँ, मुझे किसी से परमिशन लेने की जरूरत नहीं है। जब तक कोई बिल न भर रहा हो किसी को मेरी याद नहीं आती। क्या फायदा है ऐसा फैमिली का?
उल्टी सीधी जैसी भी हो फैमिली है।
तू किसी का लोड मत ले पंडित, रब का नाम ले और चढ़ जा चौपर में।
sono chi o ben visto.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Well, I feel extremely relieved first. I think that's the first feeling I feel because we put our blood, sweat and tears into the film, 2 years of a lot of hard work and an association with a director that I've looked up to all my life. So I really wanted it to go well. And not only did it go well, it went really well. And it's a very special experience when your audience starts calling you by your character name, and I think that's the first time it's happened. Now it's like I'm Alia, but I'm also Gangubai. I don't like to I do feel that, okay, this is something that I have not done before, but I don't feel, okay, it's going to be special or is it going to be loved, or you always have to be prepared. Whatever it whatever it is, it's all a gamble. The film industry, when you're making a movie, it's like, okay, you may be completely sure, but then you never know. So I'm always prepared for the worst, but I hope for the best. But I definitely knew that the experience I had was possibly the most special experience I've ever had in my life as a person being alive, forget being as an actor. So I had a feeling that had to add up to something. And I was just kind of waiting and watching, and now that it did, it makes sense. Like the math makes sense. Box office is a number that tells you how many people have watched your film. So that is, of course, a big barometer. But how many lives you've touched, and how many people that you've managed to move, make them laugh, cry, frown, if they remember your dialogues. I mean, all those things are success as an actor. Yeah. But I mean, what's my definition of success in life is being completely at peace with the situation that you're in. Not being sort of kind of, not held ransom to your success is success. To be able to enjoy it with the distance. Well, a magician never reveals their secrets, but truly this magician has no secrets. I have no idea what I do and how I do it. All I know is I go to work every day with a heart full of love and anticipation to do my best, and sometimes the day is great, sometimes it's not so great, but sometimes but most of the time you just have to go out there and do it because it's what you love. So I think when I act, I have immense love for what I'm doing. So that's what otherwise there's no method. Well, it's my year in terms of the number, okay? So 2022 is number 6. I'm a number 6. So I'm not saying it's the year of Alia, but I'm definitely saying it's the year of number 6. So all number 6s out there can feel very happy. I am very excited for both these films now. I mean, it has started off so well with RRR and Gangubai. Now, Darlings is a totally different film coming on, on an OTT platform. We will announce more on that soon. And it's my first film as a producer. Very, very different film. A new genre for me, a new character. So I'm super excited. And I think people will be quite intrigued and surprised once they see the trailer. It's new, okay? And similarly with Brahmastra, a completely different spectacle. I don't think India has seen a film like that. And we, as a team, have worked on it for like 4 years. Ayan has been with this story for 10 years. Production started 7 years ago. So yeah, a lot of work and effort has gone into the film. And the journey of revealing it to the world has already started. We've dropped a motion poster. We dropped a bit of a special visual on my birthday. So yeah, really looking forward. That comes out on the 9th of September. Yeah, and I mean, and not to say too much, but I think I'm pretty sure the year's going to end with a bang. Indian cinema in general has no boundaries. If you see the world over, it's loved and appreciated. And I remember when we were in Berlin, we were talking about stories of how there was a kilometer line when Shah Rukh Khan was there for the premiere of, I think, My Name is Khan or something like that. So yeah, genuinely, I think as an artist, I don't want to be limited to any language. So whether that's a Hindi film, Telugu film, English film, Spanish, Korean, whatever it is. I mean, of course, I can't speak Korean, but I would like for myself to partake in content that doesn't limit me just because of the language I speak or because of the country that I come from. In fact, I'd love to be able to be like, okay, I'm from India, but I'm working in this film. I'm from India, but I'm working in that show. It shouldn't, exactly, it shouldn't limit me. So yeah, starting with Heart of Stone, which I'm super excited about because it's a spy thriller action movie, but I'm working with this female superstar. I think Gal is like the epitome of woman, like kind of forefronting a big budget movie, and I'm all for that, because that means progress, that you're really taking cinema forward and the audience's palette forward. So I'm super excited about that. I think but it's just the beginning. I'm hoping that there's going to be a lot of variety that comes, that I can sort of portray and hopefully do justice to.
We know that plastic causes pollution, but did you know microplastics can also be a cause of pollution? Microplastics are plastic particles with dimensions less than 5 millimeters. Some are so small, they are invisible to the naked eye. Nylon and polyethylene, for example, are mixture of polymers and additives, are themselves microplastics created from tiny pellets known as nurdles. These elements are found in everyday products like shower gels and cosmetics, as well as fertilizers, detergents, and paint. Another major source of this pollution is car tire wear. Difficult to filter, these microplastics get everywhere, in rivers and then the oceans, on land or in the air we breathe. Billions of items of plastic waste taking hundreds of years to break down litter beaches all around the world. All living species in the oceans that are part of the human food chain, from zooplankton to whales, are likely to ingest microplastics. The impact of microplastics on organisms or on ecosystems is unknown, but the additives they contain are potential chemical contaminants.
A huge disastrous scene over here. This is a city absolutely dead.
The Ukrainian military truck that was destroyed by our artillery.
Windows broken, shards of glass everywhere. These are unreal times for people of Golgotha. You're seeing new bricks because they're rebuilding. That's how resilient this town has been of Golgotha. I'm atop a T-64 Russian tank, and they are now preparing to roll in to the border areas, the front line.
Now, in a rapid turn of events, Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has asked the President to dissolve the National Assembly and announced fresh polls after the last-minute dismissal of the no-trust motion. Here's what went by today.
जुमा 25 मार्च 2022 को तलब करदा इजलास इसके काम के इख्तिताम को बाज़रिया हाज़िर बर्खास्त करता हूं.
Dramatic twist in Pakistan's political power game. Chaos breaks out after Imran Khan's bouncer. Pakistan Prime Minister losing numbers, staring at certain defeat and ouster from power. Decided to cling on to power via back door. Imran dramatically called for dissolution of parliament and fresh polls. Moments after the speaker dropped a bombshell and rejected the no-trust motion.
25 मार्च 2022 को तलब करदा इजलास इसके काम के इख्तिताम पर बाज़रिया हाज़िर बर्खास्त करता हूं.
Imran Khan called for fresh elections after no confidence motion against him was rejected in the National Assembly.
अल्लाह इस कौम के ऊपर देख रहा है. 27 रमजान को ये पाकिस्तान वजूद में आया था. ये इस तरह की साजिश इंशाल्लाह ये कौम कामयाब नहीं होने देगी. मैं आज अपनी सारी कौम को मुबारक देना चाहता हूं कि नेशनल असेंबली के हमारे स्पीकर ने मुस्तरद किया, रिजेक्ट किया एक वो मूव, रिजीम चेंज की जो कोशिश की गई थी पाकिस्तान के 22 करोड़ अवाम में. एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था, और जो आज स्पीकर ने उसको जो रिजेक्ट किया है और ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस को जो रिजेक्ट किया, मैं सारी कौम को आज मुबारक देता हूं. तो जो स्पीकर ने आज जो अपनी अथॉरिटी, अपनी जो पावर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पावर यूज करके जो फैसला किया है, अब इसके बाद मैंने अभी से प्रेसिडेंट साहब को वो भेज दिया है, एडवाइस भेज दी है कि असेंबलियां डिसॉल्व करें. एक डेमोक्रेटिक सोसाइटी में हम डेमोक्रेट्स अवाम के पास जाएं, अवाम से इलेक्शंस हो, अवाम फैसला करे कि वो किसको चाहती है.
Before Imran-backed Deputy Speaker Qasim Suri nullified the motion and termed it against the Constitution.
We're at the Parliament right now, and the opposition is holding its own session after the Deputy Speaker adjourned the session till an indefinite period and rejected the no-trust motion against Prime Minister Imran Khan. The opposition held voting on the no-trust motion during this session of its own, and the no-trust motion has passed with 195 members voting in favour of it. This is, of course, not official because this is just an informal session of the opposition, and we are waiting to hear from them about the future strategy that they're going to adopt.
The Prime Minister's close aide and INB Minister Fawad Chaudhry cried foul play and claimed foreign conspiracy to topple the government.
7 मार्च को यह बताया जाता है अदम एतमाद उस वक्त तक पाकिस्तान में नहीं आती, 8 मार्च को आती है. इस वक्त तक पाकिस्तान में भी किसी को नहीं पता अदम एतमाद आए. हमारे स्पीकर साहब को बताया जाता है कि पाकिस्तान से आपके हमारे ताल्लुकात का दारोमदार इस अदम एतमाद की कामयाबी पर है. एक इफेक्टिव ऑपरेशन है जनाब स्पीकर regime change का by a foreign government.
Khan sent a proposal to President Arif Alvi to dissolve the assembly, essentially making way for early elections to be held in Pakistan. The president soon obliged. After the unexpected move in the National Assembly, opposition staged protest inside the House, conducted its own session, staying adamant on ousting Imran. A jubilant PTI tweeted images of a smug Imran Khan in all smiles after the trust vote stunner. Imran has decided to stay on as the Prime Minister in a caretaker role before polls. The opposition says it is just a facade to destroy democracy and stay on in power despite lacking numbers. Who will have the last laugh in the Pakistan political quagmire? With Alia Zahra in Islamabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
The opposition has created quite some ruckus in the Pakistan Assembly after the Speaker rejected a no-confidence motion against Imran Khan. The leaders of the opposition call this move as unconstitutional. Pakistan Minister has now announced that fresh elections will take place in about 90 days' time. Here's more.
Unruly scenes in Pakistan's National Assembly after the Speaker rejected the no-confidence motion against Prime Minister Imran Khan. Fuming opposition first created a ruckus and then started its own proceedings in the National Assembly, even after the power supply was snapped.
We have been told that the lights have been, the power has been deliberately switched off by the assembly officials, because they are saying that the opposition cannot be allowed to have their own session, and the time is over for the session.
Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz leader Ayaz Sadiq took the Speaker's chair and presided opposition's meeting. Votes of opposition members were counted and a total of 195 MPs were found to be present. Security was beefed up outside the parliament after the whole episode. Members of the opposition also came down heavily on Imran Khan and called the move an open violation of the constitution, accusing Imran of pushing Pakistan into civil war.
Article 6 लगेगा.
Article 6 किसके ऊपर लगेगा? Article 6 किसके ऊपर लगेगा?
स्पीकर के ऊपर भी और इमरान खान के ऊपर भी.
आज ये नजराते हुए आखिरी मौके पे स्पीकर साहब ने गैर आईनी काम किया है. पाकिस्तान का आईन तुड़वाया गया है. यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन ने यह फैसला किया है कि हम नेशनल असेंबली में धरना देंगे जब तक हमारा आईनी हक ना दिया जाए.
Nawaz Sharif's daughter Maryam Nawaz took a jibe at Imran and said, if this insane and fanatical person is not punished for this crime, the law of the jungle will prevail in the country after today. PPP leader Asif Zardari called the move illegal. Another PPP leader, Sherry Rahman, said minority prime minister can't dissolve the assembly. The opposition joining forces to fight Imran. Who will prevail finally? Bureau Report, India Today.
The dissolution of National Assembly of Pakistan has prompted the opposition leaders to head to Supreme Court. A 3-member bench of the Supreme Court of Pakistan have heard this notice suo motu following the constitutional situation. Supreme Court has adjourned this matter further for Monday for hearing. Notice has been issued to the Attorney General for this hearing. Supreme Court has restrained the state officials from taking any unconstitutional action. Chief Justice has said all political parties should ensure peace and order. Also has alerted that it is the month of Ramzan and people are fasting.
सबसे पहला नुकता तो यही है कि आर्टिकल 69 के तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट को इख्तियार हासिल नहीं है कि वो पार्लियामान की रूलिंग को जज कर सके. ये स्पीकर का एब्सोल्यूट इख्तियार है और इसके तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट के और अदालतों के अपने बहुत सारे फैसले जो हैं वो मौजूद हैं. कि जो एविडेंस है, अब डिटेल्ड रूलिंग जो है वो स्पीकर साहब ने दे दी है, बहुत सारे आपके मीडिया के दोस्तों को पहुंच भी गई है. उस रूलिंग में उन्होंने बड़ी डिटेल्ड में रीजंस लिखे हैं कि कैसे आर्टिकल 5 जो है वो अट्रैक्ट होता है उनकी नज़र में.
Pakistan Army came out with a neutral stance, calling Imran Khan's stunner a political development only. Pakistan Army Chief Qamar Bajwa has now rejected Imran's attack on the United States and this foreign conspiracy theory, calling Washington one of the most reliable partners of Pakistan. Here's a listen.
एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था.
It has become the single biggest refrain for Imran Khan to cling on to his chair. An imaginary bogey which has given Imran the proverbial fig leaf. The bogey of a powerful foreign hand, out to topple him.
Because it's ridiculous.
Because of his solidarity trip to Russia. Imran has made it known to the world that he is referring to the United States. naming US Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs Donald Lu as the person who warned Pakistan envoy to US and was instrumental in no confidence motion against his government. Imran Khan has used this plank to trash the opposition, which clearly aced the number game.
मैं आज अपनी सारी कौम को मुबारक देना चाहता हूं कि नेशनल असेंबली के हमारे स्पीकर ने मुस्तरद किया, रिजेक्ट किया एक वो मूव, रिजीम चेंज की जो कोशिश की गई थी पाकिस्तान के 22 करोड़ अवाम में, एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था, और जो आज स्पीकर ने उसको जो रिजेक्ट किया है और ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस को जो रिजेक्ट किया, मैं सारी कौम को आज मुबारक देता हूं.
But Pakistan Army Chief Qamar Bajwa has rejected Imran's attack on the US, calling Washington one of the most reliable partners of Pakistan.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Equally, we share a long history of excellent and strategic relationship with the United States, which remains our largest export market. We seek to broaden and expand our ties with both countries without impacting our relations with the other.
We are neutral. Pakistan Army has absolutely nothing to do with what happened in the National Assembly. Despite professional neutrality, the Pakistan Army remains the single biggest factor calling the shots in Islamabad. It ruled the coup-prone country for more than half of its 73-plus years of existence. Imran maintains the army gave him 3 options to resolve the political crisis: his resignation, facing no confidence, or calling early elections.
उन्होंने ऑप्शंस दिए थे मुझे, और वो ऑब्वियसली हमारी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट है, उन्होंने ऑफर दी कि जी 3 चीज़ें हैं, या आप अदम एतमाद का वोट चले जाएं, या आप इस्तीफा दे दें, और या इलेक्शन. हमने कहा इलेक्शन सबसे बेहतर तरीका है, इस्तीफा मैं कभी सोच भी नहीं सकता, और अदम एतमाद वोट का मतलब ये कि मैं तो बिलीव करता हूं कि आखिरी मिनट तक लड़ूंगा.
Imran has been on an overdrive meeting the Pakistan Army generals recently. Is he playing by the Pakistan military rulebook? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the move to dissolve the National Assembly might have saved Imran Khan's government momentarily, but really has further damaged the prospects, and it's really fractured this democratic system in Pakistan, which already was. Here's what that transpired over the day.
Solidly held there. Oh, that's a big shot. Oh, he's bowled him.
One of Pakistan's greatest all-rounders of all time, a bowler par excellence who was considered unplayable when ball tampering was legal in the 80s.
And the first wicket down, Imran Khan, the great Pakistan all-rounder.
30 years after he retired from the cricket pitch, Imran Khan Niazi has demonstrated that his talents for tampering to swing things in his favour have lost none of their potency. He may be beaming now, exuding the delight of one who has pulled the rug from under Shehbaz Sharif and Bilawal Bhutto, who led an opposition army to cast Imran unceremoniously out of office. But Imran has landed his country in a constitutional crisis. For one thing, Imran Khan appears to have made a move that flies against the mood in the all-powerful Pakistan army. Averting his ouster just a day after Pakistan's army chief obliquely criticized Imran's foreign hand conspiracy theories.
वो ये कहते हैं कि हमें, और एक बहाना मारते हैं कि हमें क्यों गुस्सा पाकिस्तान पे, लेकिन कहते हैं कि वो गुस्सा तब बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएगा, हम माफ कर देंगे पाकिस्तान को, अगर इमरान खान ये अदम एतमाद की ये हार जाता है, यानी अगर इमरान खान चला जाता है तो पाकिस्तान को माफ कर देते हैं.
We share a long history of excellent and strategic relationship with the United States, which remains our largest export market. We seek to broaden and expand our ties with both countries without impacting our relations with the other.
आर्टिकल 5 जो है उसकी क्लॉज 1 तो पड़ी.
By blocking a constitutionally moved no trust vote against him, Imran has also confirmed to the Pakistani people that the numbers were indeed stacked against him and therefore severely damaged the democratic process at a time when Pakistan is battling to repair an irreparable international reputation. The opposition may be pushing things when it cites a looming civil war, but as caretaker Prime Minister on the back foot, Imran Khan still faces unrest and opposition even from his own party and government. A possible revolt within was triggered shortly after the National Assembly drama, with Imran's Attorney General and Deputy, the two top Pakistani legal officers, resigning.
आर्टिकल 6 लगेगा.
आर्टिकल 6 किसके ऊपर?
स्पीकर के ऊपर भी और इमरान खान के ऊपर.
Imran Khan famously lost his cap and nerve facing a bouncer playing for Sussex in 1981, a sporting assault that galvanized him to bounce back and demolish the rival Middlesex team on the final day of that famous county test.
That has gone miles. It is a huge 6.
41 years later, it's Imran who has delivered the bouncer. And it remains to be seen if Pakistan can put him in his place. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, curfew, social media blackout and protests have crippled Sri Lanka as the island nation faces crippling economic downfall. More details on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. 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 You are watching
Meanwhile, economic turmoil in Sri Lanka deepens amid long hours of power cuts, widespread protests, no end in sight to the economic woes in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa met with President Gotabaya Rajapaksa amidst this ongoing crisis. Speculations were rife that cabinet of ministers were likely to resign after the crucial meet, but the government released a statement calling it just a rumor. Social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter and WhatsApp are shut across Sri Lanka after a curfew was imposed until Monday, barring public movement at most places. In fact, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has declared a state of emergency on Saturday. Security was beefed up in Colombo after unrest only grew over repeated power cuts in the country. Sri Lankan government has now declared damages worth 39 million rupees as protests have intensified, leading to large-scale vandalism. Now, let's have a close look at this ground report from Colombo. India Today's Ashutosh Mishra brings us this exclusive and the latest in this worsening economic Sri Lankan crisis right from ground. For hour-long wait for fuel at gas stations to massive protests that unfolds on the streets of Sri Lanka, here's a look at what's happening.
No emergency, no curfew, no restrictions could stop the people of Colombo, those who have come out here and hit the street in central Colombo VVIP areas. Despite the curfew order, people violated it and coming out with the banner poster. There have been aggressive protests all over Sri Lanka. Some pockets, the government and authorities able to contain it, but here largely the people, they were just suddenly they came out. It was difficult even for the authorities and the police to contain it. And the message what the people have is 74 years of corruption and waste. We have had enough. All are demanding the resignation from the government. So there you see the men, women, youth hitting the street despite the emergency order, despite the curfew order. And now the march has started here in Colombo. This is the people, those who have hit the street, and now they are marching in the capital. That's the protest here. Since the police tried to stop them, most of them, those who have hit the street, are now marching to the main town capital, protesting against Rajpaksha government. These are the protesters here in the capital, Colombo. Now, this is not just one place. At the several other pockets all across the island country, there is the massive protest. So, we are seeing the massive protest here in several pockets. They impose the restrictions, and they have a message, of course, in the local Sinhalese language, and with the slogans against the government. Largely, they're demanding the resignation from the Rajapaksa government, accusing the mishandling of the economy, and that led to this massive crisis in this island country. With this ground report at Ground Zero Colombo, with Divya and Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. Sri Lanka is a crystal clear example how a government policy or how the policies by the government can ruin a country's economic status. And this is what happening in not just Colombo but all across the country. The prices of the food items, the essential items have gone up multifold. Now if you see this board is placed here that says potato for 1 kg is rupees 160. It's gone even more than 200 rupees. Now subsequently the milk powder here in the stock, which is most essential for the children as they would need it, the milk powder prices is here for the 400 gram is rupees 790. And subsequently what the shop owners are telling me that prices for the sugar, for the rice, for the coconut oil, biscuits, all the food items, particularly the FMCG products, have gone rocket high.
Sugar I going to 240 rupees, 1 kilos.
1 kg sugar costing 240 rupees in Sri Lanka. Here the food items, the FMCG products, the biscuits and other, everything, all essential commodities, because when there's a crisis, everything becomes essential.
190, 1 kilo.
Wheat.
190, 1 kilo.
This is wheat. This is necessary for everyone. This is in Colombo costing 190 rupees per kg. This explains the gravity, and think of the people below the poverty line, the middle class, the lower middle class, forget about those who are even entitled, those who are from the upper class. They also, because if they have money, but of course, since there's a crisis in the market, in the supply, of course, you cannot afford it. This says the furious situation here in Sri Lanka, and that has forced people to hit the street against the policies of the government. With this ground report in Outer Colombo, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. We are in Nigeguda area, the eastern Colombo part, which connects the capital main town to the rest part of the Sri Lanka, and here the national highway, which connects the northern and southern part of Colombo to rest part of the Sri Lanka. And there you see the massive protests that triggering in rest part here on the national highways, and the rest part of the town is totally under the curfew after the emergency imposed, public emergency. There is also curfew imposed to curb the massive protest. Even the social media platforms have been totally restricted, and all commercial institutions across the country, there you see, totally shut down, barring the essential services like petrol pumps. And there you see the massive deployment of the Sri Lanka police, the Colombo police, and the special task force, the paramilitary force of Sri Lanka. They have been deployed to check on the law and order, as public gathering has not been allowed, is not being allowed in several parts. However, the people are defying the curfew, and there is protest taking place in several other parts. But as far as the capital town and the VVIP areas, the main markets are concerned, everything remains shut down. The people, the country already suffering from the economic crisis, and such lockdowns, the city under this siege is gonna make it worse to vulnerable. With this report at Ground Zero in Colombo with Divya, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
As Sri Lanka continues to suffer the worst economic crisis, India Today spoke to Sajith Premadasa, the leader of the opposition in Sri Lanka National Assembly. Premadasa has slammed Sri Lanka's Rajapaksa administration for the mess in this island country. Let's have a listen what he had to say.
Indeed, the Sri Lanka approached, including IMF, including AIIB and other agencies. But what it seems, the debt is too high, and since the foreign reserve has already been ended. Now, what could be the quick solution? Because I remember even during the parliamentary debate, this suggestion were given by the opposition. Where you think the government failed to implement those suggestions, sir?
Unfortunately, the government lacks competence. It lacks comprehensive understanding of the economic fundamentals. so far they have not adhered to acceptable economic principles in guiding Sri Lanka's economy. So we have to convince everyone. We have to convince the monetary authorities.
The loan, particularly the loan that was taken from China, and that too on the commercial loan with the high interest, that is one of the key trigger points that led to this massive crisis, deepen this massive crisis, sir?
I think the biggest trigger point is creating indebtedness without an adequate return on those investments. That's the basic problem.
Yeah, you think India could be a greater ally, a stronger ally in this crisis time to help out the people of Sri Lanka?
Alliances with India and with other countries should not be handled in an opportunistic manner. I think we have to have a broad overarching policy of establishing good relations with friendly countries while protecting the country's unity, territorial integrity, political independence and sovereignty. It should not be the case that one fine day you realize, oh, we have 52 billion US dollar foreign debt, so we have to be chummy with A, B, C, D country.
Now, the world is indeed in shock over what transpired in Bucha as Russians retreated, with bodies piling up on the roads. Visuals now coming in from the Kiev suburbs, beyond horrifying. India Today's senior executive editor Gaurav Sawant and video journalist Lalit Joshi witnessed this immediate aftermath of the massacre. Let's have a look at this world exclusive.
What is actually heartbreaking in these images, we'll just walk. They live here, they eat here, and they've had nowhere else to go. So bad is the situation that Tatya has just buried her child who was killed in shelling right here. And she broke down as she explained that to me, that the child must be very cold inside. So she made a cup of tea and she's put tea and her child's favorite chocolates on that grave that has been just dug here. And there are other graves that have been dug in this area after the shelling in Bucha. The situation here, extremely heartbreaking. The manner in which these people have survived close to 40 days of an intense Russian attack, and Ukraine armies fight back in this area. With cameraman Lalit Mohan Joshi in Bucha, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. The burnt infantry combat vehicle, the burnt tanks and cars on this road and several roads around give you an idea of the kind of battles that have been fought in Bucha in the past 40 days. The Russian soldiers may have retreated, but for every inch of territory there was a fierce battle with thousands of civilians unfortunately trapped in the crossfire. Now this burnt BMP, burnt infantry combat vehicle here, the burnt Lexus there, the burnt Mercedes behind that show how pitched battles were fought inside the streets of Bucha. Burnt homes, an indication that civilians were caught in this deadly crossfire that took place in this area.
All right, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of the Bulletin. Further news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching
Now, in a rapid turn of events, Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan has asked the President to dissolve the National Assembly and announced fresh polls after the last-minute dismissal of the no-trust motion. Here's what went by today.
जुमा 25 मार्च 2022 को तलब करदा इजलास इसके काम के इख्तिताम को बाज़रिया हाज़िर बर्खास्त करता हूं.
Dramatic twist in Pakistan's political power game. Chaos breaks out after Imran Khan's bouncer. Pakistan Prime Minister losing numbers, staring at certain defeat, and ouster from power. Decided to cling on to power via back door. Imran dramatically called for dissolution of parliament and fresh polls. Moments after the speaker dropped a bombshell and rejected the no-trust motion.
25 मार्च 2022 को तलब करदा इजलास इसके काम के इख्तिताम पर बाज़रिया हाज़िर बर्खास्त करता हूं.
Imran Khan called for fresh elections after no confidence motion against him was rejected in the National Assembly.
अल्लाह इस कौम के ऊपर देख रहा है. 27 रमजान को ये पाकिस्तान वजूद में आया था. ये इस तरह की साजिश इंशाल्लाह ये कौम कामयाब नहीं होने देगी. मैं आज अपनी सारी कौम को मुबारक देना चाहता हूं कि नेशनल असेंबली के हमारे स्पीकर ने मुस्तरद किया, रिजेक्ट किया एक वो मूव रिजीम चेंज की जो कोशिश की गई थी पाकिस्तान के 22 करोड़ अवाम में. एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था, और जो आज स्पीकर ने उसको जो रिजेक्ट किया है और ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस को जो रिजेक्ट किया, मैं सारी कौम को आज मुबारक देता हूं. तो जो स्पीकर ने आज जो अपनी अथॉरिटी, अपनी जो पावर, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पावर यूज करके जो फैसला किया है, अब इसके बाद मैंने अभी से प्रेसिडेंट साहब को वो भेज दिया है, एडवाइस भेज दी है कि असेंबलियां डिसॉल्व करें. एक डेमोक्रेटिक सोसाइटी में हम डेमोक्रेट्स अवाम के पास जाएं, अवाम से इलेक्शंस हो, अवाम फैसला करे कि वो किसको चाहती है.
Before Imran-backed Deputy Speaker Qasim Suri nullified the motion and termed it against the Constitution.
We're at the Parliament right now, and the opposition is holding its own session after the Deputy Speaker adjourned the session till an indefinite period and rejected the no-trust motion against Prime Minister Imran Khan. The opposition held voting on the no-trust motion during this session of its own, and the no-trust motion has passed with 195 members voting in favour of it. This is, of course, not official because this is just an informal session of the opposition, and we are waiting to hear from them about the future strategy that they're going to adopt.
The Prime Minister's close aide and INB Minister Fawad Chaudhry cried foul play and claimed foreign conspiracy to topple the government.
7 मार्च को यह बताया जाता है अदम एतमाद उस वक्त तक पाकिस्तान में नहीं आती. 8 मार्च को आती है. इस वक्त तक पाकिस्तान में भी किसी को नहीं पता अदम एतमाद आए. हमारे स्पीकर साहब को बताया जाता है कि पाकिस्तान से आपके हमारे ताल्लुकात का दारोमदार इस अदम एतमाद की कामयाबी पर है. एक इफेक्टिव ऑपरेशन है जनाब स्पीकर regime change का by a foreign government.
Khan sent a proposal to President Arif Alvi to dissolve the assembly, essentially making way for early elections to be held in Pakistan. The president soon obliged. After the unexpected move in the National Assembly, opposition staged protest inside the House, conducted its own session, staying adamant on ousting Imran. A jubilant PTI tweeted images of a smug Imran Khan in all smiles after the trust vote stunner. Imran has decided to stay on as the Prime Minister in a caretaker role before polls. The opposition says it is just a facade to destroy democracy. and stay on in power despite lacking numbers? Who will have the last laugh in the Pakistan political quagmire? With Alia Zehra in Islamabad, Bureau Report, India Today.
The opposition has created quite some ruckus in the Pakistan Assembly after the Speaker rejected a no-confidence motion against Imran Khan. The leaders of the opposition call this move as unconstitutional. Pakistan Minister has now announced that fresh elections will take place in about 90 days' time. Here's more.
Unruly scenes in Pakistan's National Assembly after the Speaker rejected the no-confidence motion against Prime Minister Imran Khan. Fuming opposition first created a ruckus and then started its own proceedings in the National Assembly, even after the power supply was snapped.
We have been told that the lights have been, the power has been deliberately switched off by the assembly officials, because they are saying that the opposition cannot be allowed to have their own session, and the time is over for the session.
Pakistan Muslim League Nawaz leader Ayaz Sadiq took the Speaker's chair and presided opposition's meeting. Votes of opposition members were counted and a total of 195 MPs were found to be present. Security was beefed up outside the parliament after the whole episode. Members of the opposition also came down heavily on Imran Khan and called the move an open violation of the constitution, accusing Imran of pushing Pakistan into civil war.
Article 6 लगेगा.
Article 6 किसके ऊपर लगेगा? Article 6 किसके ऊपर लगेगा?
स्पीकर के ऊपर भी और इमरान खान के ऊपर भी.
आज ये नजर आते हुए आखिरी मौके पे स्पीकर साहब ने गैर आईनी काम किया है. पाकिस्तान का आईन तुड़वाया गया है. यूनाइटेड ऑपोजिशन ने यह फैसला किया है कि हम नेशनल असेंबली में धरना देंगे जब तक हमारा आईनी हक ना दिया जाए.
Nawaz Sharif's daughter Maryam Nawaz took a jibe at Imran and said, if this insane and fanatical person is not punished for this crime, the law of the jungle will prevail in the country after today. PPP leader Asif Zardari called the move illegal. Another PPP leader, Sherry Rahman, said minority prime minister can't dissolve the assembly. The opposition joining forces to fight Imran. Who will prevail finally? Bureau Report, India Today.
The dissolution of National Assembly of Pakistan has prompted the opposition leaders to head to Supreme Court. A 3-member bench of the Supreme Court of Pakistan have heard this notice suo motu following the constitutional situation. Supreme Court has adjourned this matter further for Monday for hearing. Notice has been issued to the Attorney General for this hearing. Supreme Court has restrained the state officials from taking any unconstitutional action. Chief Justice has said all political parties should ensure peace and order. Also has alerted that it is the month of Ramzan and people are fasting.
सबसे पहला नुकता तो यही है कि आर्टिकल 69 के तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट को इख्तियार हासिल नहीं है कि वो पार्लियामान की रूलिंग को जज कर सके. ये स्पीकर का एब्सोल्यूट इख्तियार है और इसके तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट के और अदालतों के अपने बहुत सारे फैसले जो हैं वो मौजूद हैं कि जो एविडेंस है. अब डिटेल्ड रूलिंग जो है वो स्पीकर साहब ने दे दी है, बहुत सारे आपके मीडिया के दोस्तों को पहुंच भी गई है. उस रूलिंग में उन्होंने बड़ी डिटेल्ड में रीजंस लिखे हैं कि कैसे आर्टिकल 5 जो है वो अट्रैक्ट होता है उनकी नज़र में.
Pakistan Army came out with a neutral stance, calling Imran Khan's stunner a political development only. Pakistan Army Chief Qamar Bajwa has now rejected Imran's attack on the United States and this foreign conspiracy theory, calling Washington one of the most reliable partners of Pakistan. Here's a listen.
एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था.
It has become the single biggest refrain for Imran Khan to cling on to his chair. An imaginary bogey which has given Imran the proverbial fig leaf. the bogey of a powerful foreign hand, out to topple him.
Because it's ridiculous.
Because of his solidarity trip to Russia. Imran has made it known to the world that he is referring to the United States. Naming US Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs Donald Lu as the person who warned Pakistan envoy to US and was instrumental in no confidence motion against his government. Imran Khan has used this plank to trash the opposition, which clearly aced the number game.
मैं आज अपनी सारी कौम को मुबारक देना चाहता हूं कि नेशनल असेंबली के हमारे स्पीकर ने मुस्तरद किया, रिजेक्ट किया एक वो मूव, रिजीम चेंज की जो कोशिश की गई थी पाकिस्तान के 22 करोड़ अवाम में, एक बाहर से प्लान किया हुआ नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन जिसके पीछे एक फॉरेन एजेंडा था, और जो आज स्पीकर ने उसको जो रिजेक्ट किया है और ये नो कॉन्फिडेंस को जो रिजेक्ट किया, मैं सारी कौम को आज मुबारक देता हूं.
But Pakistan Army Chief Qamar Bajwa has rejected Imran's attack on the US, calling Washington one of the most reliable partners of Pakistan.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Equally, we share a long history of excellent and strategic relationship with the United States, which remains our largest export market. We seek to broaden and expand our ties with both countries without impacting our relations with the other.
We are neutral. Pakistan Army has absolutely nothing to do with what happened in the National Assembly. Despite professional neutrality, the Pakistan Army remains the single biggest factor calling the shots in Islamabad. It ruled the coup-prone country for more than half of its 73+ years of existence. Imran maintains the army gave him 3 options to resolve the political crisis: his resignation, facing no confidence, or calling early elections.
उन्होंने ऑप्शंस दी थी मुझे, और वो ऑब्वियसली हमारी एस्टेब्लिशमेंट है, उन्होंने ऑफर दी कि जी 3 चीज़ें हैं, या आप अदम एतमाद का वोट चले जाएं, या आप इस्तीफा दे दें, और या इलेक्शन. हमने कहा इलेक्शन सबसे बेहतर तरीका है, इस्तीफा मैं कभी सोच भी नहीं सकता, और अदम एतमाद वोट का मतलब ये कि मैं तो बिलीव करता हूं कि आखिरी मिनट तक लड़ूंगा.
Imran has been on an overdrive meeting the Pakistan Army generals recently. Is he playing by the Pakistan military rulebook? Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the move to dissolve the National Assembly might have saved Imran Khan's government momentarily, but really has further damaged the prospects, and it's really fractured this democratic system in Pakistan, which already was. Here's what that transpired over the day.
Solidly held there. Oh, that's a big shot. Oh, he's bowled him.
One of Pakistan's greatest all-rounders of all time, a bowler par excellence who was considered unplayable when ball tampering was legal in the 80s.
And the first wicket down, Imran Khan, the great Pakistan all-rounder.
30 years after he retired from the cricket pitch, Imran Khan Niazi has demonstrated that his talents for tampering to swing things in his favour have lost none of their potency. He may be beaming now, exuding the delight of one who has pulled the rug from under Shehbaz Sharif and Bilawal Bhutto, who led an opposition army to cast Imran unceremoniously out of office. But Imran has landed his country in a constitutional crisis. For one thing, Imran Khan appears to have made a move that flies against the mood in the all-powerful Pakistan army. Averting his ouster just a day after Pakistan's army chief obliquely criticized Imran's foreign hand conspiracy theories.
वो ये कहते हैं कि हमें, और एक बहाना मारते हैं कि हमें क्यों गुस्सा पाकिस्तान पे, लेकिन कहते हैं कि वो गुस्सा तब बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएगा, हम माफ कर देंगे पाकिस्तान को, अगर इमरान खान ये अदम एतमाद की ये हार जाता है, यानी अगर इमरान खान चला जाता है तो पाकिस्तान को माफ कर देते हैं.
We share a long history of excellent and strategic relationship with the United States, which remains our largest export market. We seek to broaden and expand our ties with both countries without impacting our relations with the other.
Article 5 जो है उसकी clause 1 तो पड़ी.
By blocking a constitutionally moved no trust vote against him, Imran has also confirmed to the Pakistani people that the numbers were indeed stacked against him and therefore severely damaged the democratic process at a time when Pakistan is battling to repair an irreparable international reputation. The opposition may be pushing things when it cites a looming civil war, but as caretaker Prime Minister on the back foot, Imran Khan still faces unrest and opposition even from his own party and government. A possible revolt within was triggered shortly after the National Assembly drama, with Imran's Attorney General and Deputy, the two top Pakistani legal officers, resigning.
आर्टिकल 6 लगेगा.
आर्टिकल 6 किसके ऊपर लगेगा?
स्पीकर के ऊपर भी और इमरान खान के ऊपर.
Imran Khan famously lost his cap and nerve facing a bouncer playing for Sussex in 1981, a sporting assault that galvanized him to bounce back and demolish the rival Middlesex team on the final day of that famous county test.
That has gone miles. It is a huge six.
41 years later, it's Imran who has delivered the bouncer. And it remains to be seen if Pakistan can put him in his place. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, curfew, social media blackout and protests have crippled Sri Lanka as the island nation faces crippling economic downfall. More details on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. 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 You are
Meanwhile, economic turmoil in Sri Lanka deepens amid long hours of power cuts, widespread protests, no end in sight to the economic woes in Sri Lanka. Sri Lankan Prime Minister Mahinda Rajapaksa met with President Gotabaya Rajapaksa amidst this ongoing crisis. Speculations were rife that cabinet of ministers were likely to resign after the crucial meet, but the government released a statement calling it just a rumor. Social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter and WhatsApp are shut across Sri Lanka after a curfew was imposed until Monday, barring public movement at most places. In fact, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa has declared a state of emergency on Saturday. Security was beefed up in Colombo after unrest only grew over repeated power cuts in the country. Sri Lankan government has now declared damages worth 39 million rupees as protests have intensified, leading to large-scale vandalism. Now, let's have a close look at this ground report from Colombo. India Today's Ashutosh Mishra brings us this exclusive and the latest in this worsening economic Sri Lankan crisis right from ground. For hour-long wait for fuel at gas stations to massive protests that unfolds on the streets of Sri Lanka. Here's a look at what's happening.
No emergency, no curfew, no restrictions could stop the people of Colombo, those who have come out here and hit the street in central Colombo VVIP areas. Despite the curfew order, people violated it and coming out with the banner poster. There have been aggressive protests all over Sri Lanka. Some pockets, the government and authorities able to contain it, but here largely the people, they were suddenly they came out. It was difficult even for the authorities and the police to contain it. And the message, what the people have is 74 years of corruption and waste. We have had enough. All are demanding the resignation from the government. So there you see the men, women, youth hitting the street despite the emergency order, despite the curfew order. And now the march has started here in Colombo. This is the people, those who have hit the street, and now they are marching in the capital. That's the protest here. Since the police tried to stop them, most of them, those who have hit the street, are now marching to the main town capital, protesting against Rajpaksha government. These are the protesters here in the capital, Colombo. Now, this is not just one place. At the several other pockets all across the island country, there is the massive protest. So we are seeing the massive protest here in several pockets. They impose the restrictions, and they have a message, of course, in the local Sinhalese language, and with the slogans against the government. Largely, they're demanding the resignation from the Rajapaksa government, accusing the mishandling of the economy, and that led to this massive crisis in this island country. With this ground report at Ground Zero Colombo, with Divya and Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. Sri Lanka is a crystal clear example how a government policy or how the policies by the government can ruin a country's economic status. And this is what happening in not just Colombo but all across the country. The prices of the food items, the essential items have gone up multifold. Now if you see this board is placed here that says potato for 1 kg is rupees 160. It's gone even more than 200 rupees. Now subsequently the milk powder here in the stock, which is most essential for the children as they would need it, the milk powder prices is here for the 400 gram is rupees 790. And subsequently what the shop owners are telling me that prices for the sugar, for the rice, for the coconut oil, biscuits, all the food items, particularly the FMCG products, have gone rocket high.
Sugar I going to 240 rupees, 1 kilos.
1 kg sugar costing 240 rupees in Sri Lanka. Here the food items, the FMCG products, the biscuits and other, everything, all essential commodities, because when there's a crisis, everything becomes essential.
190, 1 kilo.
Wheat.
190, 1 kilo.
This is wheat. This is necessary for everyone. This is in Colombo costing 190 rupees per kg. This explains the gravity. And think of the people below the poverty line, the middle class, the lower middle class. Forget about those who are even entitled, those who are from the upper class. They also, because if they have money, but of course, since there's a crisis in the market, in the supply, of course, you cannot afford it. This says the furious situation here in Sri Lanka, and that has forced people to hit the street against the policies of the government. With this ground report in Outer Colombo, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today. We are in Nigeguda area, the eastern Colombo part, which connects the capital main town to the rest part of the Sri Lanka, and here the national highway, which connects the northern and southern part of Colombo to rest part of the Sri Lanka. And there you see the massive protests that triggering in rest part here on the national highways, and the rest part of the town is totally under the curfew. After the emergency imposed, public emergency, there is also curfew imposed to curb the massive protest. Even the social media platforms have been totally restricted, and all commercial institutions across the country, there you see, totally shut down, barring the essential services like petrol pumps. And there you see the massive deployment of the Sri Lanka police, the Colombo police, and the special task force, the paramilitary force of Sri Lanka. They have been deployed to check on the law and order, as public gathering has not been allowed, is not being allowed in several parts. However, the people are defying the curfew, and there is protest taking place in several other parts. But as far as the capital town and the VVIP areas, the main markets are concerned, everything remains shut down. The people, the country already suffering from the economic crisis, and such lockdowns, the city under this siege is gonna make it worse to vulnerable. With this report at Ground Zero in Colombo with Divya, I'm Ashutosh Mishra for India Today.
As Sri Lanka continues to suffer the worst economic crisis, India Today spoke to Sajith Premadasa, the leader of the opposition in Sri Lanka National Assembly. Premadasa has slammed Sri Lanka's Rajapaksa administration for the mess in this island country. Let's have a listen what he had to say.
Indeed, the Sri Lanka approached, including IMF, including AIIB and other agencies. But what it seems, the debt is too high, and since the foreign reserve has already been ended. Now, what could be the quick solution? Because I remember even during the parliamentary debate, this suggestion were given by the opposition. Where you think the government failed to implement those suggestions, sir?
Unfortunately, the government lacks competence. It lacks comprehensive understanding of the economic fundamentals. So far, they have not adhered to acceptable economic principles in guiding Sri Lanka's economy. So we have to convince everyone. We have to convince the monetary authorities.
The loan, particularly the loan that was taken from China, and that too on the commercial loan with the high interest, that is one of the key trigger points that led to this massive crisis, deepen this massive crisis, sir?
I think the biggest trigger point is creating indebtedness without an adequate return on those investments. That's the basic problem.
Yeah, you think India could be a greater ally, a stronger ally in this crisis time to help out the people of Sri Lanka?
Alliances with India and with other countries should not be handled in an opportunistic manner. I think we have to have a broad overarching policy of establishing good relations with friendly countries while protecting the country's unity, territorial integrity, political independence and sovereignty. It should not be the case that one fine day you realize, oh, we have 52 billion US dollar foreign debt, so we have to be chummy with A, B, C, D country.
Now, the world is indeed in shock over what transpired in Bucha as Russians retreated, with bodies piling up on the roads. Visuals now coming in from the Kiev suburbs, beyond horrifying. India Today's senior executive editor Gaurav Sawant and video journalist Lalit Joshi witnessed this immediate aftermath of the massacre. Let's have a look at this world exclusive.
What is actually heartbreaking in these images, we'll just walk. They live here, they eat here, and they've had nowhere else to go. So bad is the situation that Tatya has just buried her child who was killed in shelling right here. And she broke down as she explained that to me, that the child must be very cold inside. So she made